We are now, of course, reviewing the Monza Practice 2 session. So, what happened in that session, Aries?
Yes, just to review the session and as well as the day as a whole. Been an interesting day. Very exciting to see that the Ferraris are very, very fast out there. Possibly even up on the Red Bulls right now, who at the end of this session sit 3rd and 5th. Max Verstappen being down in 5th place. But also, certainly a talking point is those McLarens, with Lando Norris up in 2nd and Piastri ahead of Verstappen in 4th.
And the interesting thing is, I think the McLaren's race pace was quicker than the Ferraris, so McLaren's could be very much on track to go and get some podium positions this weekend. Could we see Piastri finally on the podium? We'll have to wait and see for Sunday and, of course, for tomorrow's qualifying. But good to see the McLarens did actually manage to find their pace this weekend. We saw they had pace last weekend, but a terrible race strategy, and otherwise the race just did not pan out very well for them. And let's see if they can change that this weekend. Though the Ferrari fans must be very happy at home with Carlos Sainz finishing up with the fastest time of the day, a 1:21.355.
Yes, certainly the Tifosi can celebrate a little bit tonight, and we'll be looking towards tomorrow's qualifying session. Will they be able to get a Ferrari on pole position at their home race in Monza? They'll certainly be asking those questions very, very shortly tomorrow evening. But it's been quite exciting here. I think as well, a big talking point is that Williams of Alex Albon once again being able to drag it up into 7th position. Once again, a great pace there put in by Alex Albon. Fernando Alonso in 8th place and Russell in 9th, though. Not the greatest day for Mercedes.
Yeah, we talk about Mercedes. Hamilton's still not happy with his car at all. Still had to do race simulations. Didn't do a single qualifying simulation today. Just trying to get his car sorted for race pace and still not very happy with it. So, of course, he finished that session all the way down into 17th. So let's just go through your bottom 10. So Stroll caused the first red flag of the day. His car just shut off. Powered off completely in the first 5 minutes, so we had an early red flag there, almost no time put on the board, and he was unable to get back out. So Stroll in 20th, Zhou 19th, Lawson 18th, Hamilton 17th, Sargeant in 16th, Ocon 15th, Tsunoda 14th, Gasly 13th, Bottas 12th, Magnussen 11th.
Yes, moving our way through the rest of the grid there. Down to 20th mark.
Down to 10th.
Oh, sorry, down to 10th.
So from 10th up to 1st. I went from 20th to 11th. So
sorry,
we go from 10th.
Concentrating.
Yes.
From 10th then is Nico Hülkenberg, George Russell, as we spoke about, in 9th, Alonso 8th, Albon 7th, Leclerc in 6th. Not the greatest day for him. He's quite a bit off of his teammate Sainz up in 1st. Verstappen 5th, Oscar Piastri 4th, Sergio Perez in 3rd, Norris 2nd, and of course, as we spoke about, Carlos Sainz having a great day in the Ferrari car in front of the home crowd, the Tifosi. We will be having a very, very big celebration this evening as Carlos Sainz is in 1st.
Yes, well, Carlos Sainz just in practice is the quickest car, but we need to see what happens in qualifying tomorrow. As we said, could we see a Ferrari on pole position for Sunday? More importantly, could we see a Ferrari on the podium? That's what I want to see. And let's note about another big incident in that session there. Perez, right near the end, just about 8 minutes left of the session, went very wide in the parabolica section and caught the gravel and spun his car and hit the back of his rear wing into the wall, causing the second red flag of the session. Quite a little bit of damage to his rear wing, though luckily not to the rest of the car. Lots of gravel in that car that they're going to have to pick out. Luckily, they managed to get that car away because it's so close to the recovery vehicle. And Red Bull, are they a little bit concerned for qualifying tomorrow? But I'm sure they'll be fine in the race on Sunday.
I think they should be fine in qualifying tomorrow. They'll make a few setup changes to maybe allow them to get a little bit faster down the main straights. I think that's maybe where they're losing a little bit of time. But I think for the race on Sunday, they are looking the most favourable because, of course, they have compromised their setup in terms of that top speed to be able to be comfortable throughout the rest of the race setup.
So are we a little bit concerned? Just lastly, I want to talk about Stroll, of course, who had that system failure. Now, Drugovich took his spot for practice 1, and then Stroll came at practice 2. That was going to be his first practice for the weekend. He was unable to get it because, of course, the car just shut down. Are we going to be concerned about Stroll if he doesn't manage to get some proper simulations done in practice 3 tomorrow? Because he's not got a lot of practice compared to the rest of the drivers now.
Do we really care?
Well, I keep for Aston Martin. That's the problem. I'm
I
not too phased with Lance Stroll not doing well, but I'm phased about Aston Martin not doing well. I want to see Aston Martin try and challenge for that second place position in the constructors, which they can very much do.
I think what's important for Aston Martin is they need to get both of those drivers close to each other now, and they need to get Lance Stroll improving on his places. We can't have him finishing in the bottom 10, which he has been doing. he has a car which has a lot of pace in it, and he should be able to get the majority of that pace out of the car. And yeah, I think maybe Aston Martin just needs to get him in that simulator a little bit more in between race weekends and allow him maybe to understand that car a little bit better than Fernando Alonso and get him a little bit closer to where Fernando Alonso is, because we want to see them challenging for Constructors' Championships in the future.
Exactly that. So it's building towards a very exciting qualifying, as it always does be, as it always is. In this 2023 season, we have seen qualifying being very exciting. Lots of different cars getting right near the top. The Max Verstappen generally taking that pole position, but always only just. It's not very easy. So it all builds towards tomorrow's sessions, which you can catch here live on Forever Motorsports with myself and, of course, Reese. So thank you guys so much for watching today's stream and otherwise this review here. Be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Let's keep those subscriber counts coming in. And thank you again to our channel sponsors as well, BoyleSports, Bitdefender, ExpressVPN, and the lights. Go and bet with BoyleSports. Great betting company there. And yeah, thank you so much for joining us, guys. You've been watching Forever Motorsports. Bye-bye.
Ferrari have gone and unveiled special race suits for the Monza Grand Prix, their home Grand Prix at Italy, not too far away from their factory, and they have released some new race suits. They do look a little bit like McDonald's workers, but the Monza race will be the only Italian stop on the 2023 championship. To celebrate it, Ferrari has decided to prepare special race suits and dedicated merchandise, just as they did 12 months ago. On the occasion, a completely yellow color scheme was chosen, paying tribute to the yellow Modena, which is an unanimously considered the Scuderia's secondary color of reference. This time, however, the choice has fallen on a much more diverse mix that combines the three historic most used Ferrari colors, red, yellow, and black. The uniform features stripes with the upper part colored in red, the middle stripe in yellow, and the lower portion, including the legs, entirely in black. So hopefully the Ferraris can have a bit of a better race weekend this weekend out in Monza.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Motorsports here. You're joined by myself and Reese, of course, and Kyle is one of the fans as well, joining us here today, a Ferrari fan through and through. And we're going to be chatting about the Dutch Grand Prix that just took place over the weekend. So, of course, just to very quickly go over it again, Max Verstappen winning once again, but Fernando Alonso and Pierre Gasly finding themselves on the podium alongside the Dutchman at his home Grand Prix. Sergio Perez just missed out on that due to that 5-second penalty he had for speeding in the pit lane, which is a bit of a shock there. Carlos Sainz in 5th, Lewis Hamilton 6th, Lando Norris 7th, Alex Albon in 8th, Oscar Piastri 9th, and Esteban Ocon in 10th. So immediately, let's just chat about, I think, the dominance that is Max Verstappen. Yeah, I mean, Kyle, I've heard from Reese already. So, Kyle, I'm going to go straight to you with regards to the dominance that Max Verstappen is showing. I mean, yesterday's race, what do you make of his performance there?
I mean, what a machine. He tends to not make mistakes and do so at an incredible pace while making sure that tires are never an issue. It's just, I don't know if it's too early in his career to say, but like, I don't remember any driver being as good at everything at the same time at such a young age. We're definitely witnessing greatness in front of our eyes, and someone who may go down as the greatest of all time. Of course, there's a ways to go. You've got to get the legacy behind you that the likes of Michael Schumacher and Lewis Hamilton and anyone else that is involved in that GOAT discussion, but at any given one point in time, I'm not sure I remember a driver as dominant as this.
Well, it's exactly that. I think it's the fact that he's got an equal Sebastian Vettel's consecutive win record now over the weekend. And nobody's really doubting that he could go on to win every single other race this season. And I think, that in itself speaks to the dominance of him in the car. But Reese, you were telling me quite interestingly about a curse that seems to have appeared here in Monza this weekend, which is now, of course, coming up. Now, Max Verstappen's just equaled that record. So, based off that curse, will he actually continue the win streak? Because I want you to go over this for everybody.
It's certainly going to be difficult for him because, of course, there is that Monza curse. I don't know if you're aware of this, Kyle, the Monza curse that has been going on for the past 3 years.
Tell me about it. The Monza curse to me as a Ferrari fan means we just can't win our home race. That's the curse for me.
Well, the last time Ferrari won was in 2019 with Charles Leclerc, and that is when the curse started, nonetheless. So 2019, Charles Leclerc won the race in Monza, of course, quite historically there for the Tifosi. 2020, though, the next outing for the Monegasque in Monza, what happened to him? He DNF'd. So Pierre Gasly was the winner that season. Next season after that, he also DNF'd in Monza. Daniel Ricciardo went to win in 2021. 2022, he also DNF'd. Max Verstappen won in 2022. So what is going to happen to him this year? Could the Monaco curse bring an end to his dominance? Or, we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah. That's what I meant, by the way. Not obviously... the Monaco, I meant the Charles home thing, but goodness me, let's just hope that the boy gets something good for his confidence. My heart breaks for him every week. It's hard to take.
And this week was unfortunately like no other for a Ferrari fan because, Charles Leclerc DNF'd on, I think it was lap 17 of 72 yesterday.
Floor damage.
41, 43, around about there, actually.
Oh, was it? It was actually longer than I expected.
Yeah, so he was out there for
He should have been pulled in earlier, to be honest. The race looked fun for him around, just maybe it was around 17 mark, I don't know, but for some reason,
I think it was when Liam Lawson decided to overtake. Liam Lawson took Charles Leclerc, and I thought, that's your first major overtake in your Formula One career. And I just had a laugh. I was like, the Ferrari's being overtaken by a rookie driver in a shocking car. And
in an AlphaTauri.
Retire that thing right then and there.
It's been very disappointing for the Ferraris. I mean, at least Charles' teammate, Carlos Sainz, had a bit of a better day than yesterday, finishing up in P5. Not necessarily the worst result for Ferrari, but off the back of the summer break, Charles Leclerc is aiming for second in the Constructors' Championship. I do not think that is possible at all anymore.
No. It's gone.
It's gone.
Yeah.
I mean, Carl, just sum up as a Ferrari fan your thoughts of yesterday's Grand Prix. Carlos Sainz finished in 5th. Was that all right?
Yeah, I think he fought well for it, to be fair to him. Showed a lot of heart, showed a lot of defensive acumen, really, especially at the end under pressure. I think Ferrari seems to struggle in bad weather. The car doesn't seem to get temperature in the tires like the others, so perhaps that was a big factor affecting the pace of Carlos Sainz up front. So considering I think he did a good job, I think it was a good recovery where he could have been 2 or 3 places lower. I think that would have been a disaster. The DNF for Charles, I think that's an unlucky one. A slight collision with Oscar and some floor damage somehow resulted from it. And yeah, that sort of ruined the race. I don't think Ferrari were great tactically before anyway. I mean, we saw that absolute dog's breakfast of a pit stop.
To be fair, for once I'm actually going to defend Ferrari there for that pit stop, because it wasn't 100% their fault. We saw Red Bull as well quite slow on their pit stop for Sergio Perez there on the first lap. And it was because the drivers decided to come in at the absolute last second. And that's why, unfortunately, they weren't ready. Let's say that Red Bull were ready with those tires, then I would be a bit more critical of Ferrari. But it was a very, very late call. And yeah, it was still the right decision from Charles Leclerc to come into the pits then.
Yeah, I found it interesting that Alfa Romeo were ready, though.
Yeah, but
yes, they might have just called it a bit earlier.
I just wanted to go to it and say, we knew that the weather system was coming. We knew that was around the corner and that was going to be very, very soon as we started the race. So surely all of the pit crews would have been ready with those intermediate tires just to get them straight onto the cars, knowing that that's going to be a potential thing. So the fact that they were so slow, to me, it's not an excuse that Charles Leclerc came in last minute. They should be waiting. They're knowing that message is coming in the first 4 or 5 laps. They know that's going to be, right, I'm coming in. They need to be ready, surely. I mean, not just a Ferrari, for all of the other teams as well. I mean, it shouldn't have been that slow.
Yeah, I think it's the lack of proactive thinking that annoys Ferrari fans most right now. It's not that the reaction was slow. It's just surely you'd be prepared. And even when they were slow, Reese mentioned when Red Bull were slow with Checo in a similar instance, they still ended up doing it 6.5 seconds quicker, even when they were unprepared. So even when you have a look at the same situation in 2 teams, the same thing happening, then Ferrari are still worse at that by quite a margin, which was a stat that ruined my day watching that.
The thing that I found a bit unforgivable from their pit stop, though, was the fact that they didn't change Charles Leclerc's front wing. So, I mean, sure, that they didn't have the tires ready, but I mean, they had the car up on the jacks. They'd taken all the tires off. I remember, I think it was Matty from P1 podcast just saying it looked like it was a Formula One game glitch, the fact that his car was up and there was just no tires there. But I mean, the least they could have done with that waste of time was change the wing, which takes a lot of time in itself.
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. I agree. Yeah. And so, I think they brought him in second as well later on, which I couldn't believe. They brought Carlos in first, and I thought, there's a man with a damaged wing. He should be the priority to bring in before he loses more lap time. Just strange decisions again in strategy. I guess we're not surprised by that, are we?
No, I don't think at this stage we're very surprised by Ferrari doing anything weird.
But let's also talk about now. We talk about Charles Leclerc also DNF'd, of course, in yesterday's race. Now we had 2 other DNFs there. Logan Sargeant for Williams. Now we found out later on that it wasn't his fault. They had a hydraulics issue, but he was still at the back of the grid at the time that he went out. Now is surely his Formula One career in the balance?
I'll let Kyle take that because I've given my opinions this morning on that, and I'll give it a little bit more after your opinion.
Sorry, Mark, just hit me with that again. My signal just cut out at the wrong time.
No problem. Logan Sargeant, he obviously DNF'd yesterday. It wasn't his fault, but You know, he was sitting in 20th already at that point, and then DNF. Now, is his career looking like it's going to be over? I mean, he was so dejected when he got out of that car. He was in tears, you could basically see, and the entire Grand Prix just could barely show any more emotion that was anything but sad and upset and things like that. I mean, do you think that maybe his career is very much in the balance?
I think he feels that way. And I think that's a big factor. We saw his reaction and my heart broke for him. I really felt for him because there really wasn't much that he could have done there. I don't know if there's been any reports that come through of exactly what happened. I know he mentioned that something about the right wheel and it just wouldn't turn. And so, I don't know if Williams has come in with any info on that, but I felt for him, and I think
they have.
Oh, they have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
It was a
So
hydraulics issue.
it was a hydraulics failure, which meant he had no steering, as well as it was a brake bar wire failure, so he had no brakes. So it was really not his fault at all. So
shame.
He was looking quite dejected, and I think the reason he was looking so dejected, he thought it was his fault, and only really got told that it was a hydraulics failure once he got back into the pits. And that was after 50 laps, because there's no service roads.
Right. Yeah. No. Well, hopefully that means that he's feeling a bit better about the situation. Yeah, it certainly looked like he thought this puts his career in trouble, and I think confidence is such an important thing for a Formula One driver to be able to get performance out of a car and race on the edge of its capabilities. That if you've lost that confidence and you're feeling down and out, you're generally not going to perform. And I think that's the factor that might put his career in more danger, other than the incident itself.
And then, of course, Guan Yu Zhou was our last DNF of the day. I mean, George Russell almost joined him, but Guan Yu Zhou did unfortunately smash into the barriers there in turn one, which caused our first red flag in ages. And that was due to that serious weather storm that came in right near the end of the race. We had 7 laps remaining, of course, when we got that red flag shown. Now, I mean, it's not Zhou Guanyu's fault. I think it could have happened to anybody there. He just obviously skidded across. The tires were not the ones, and he went off into the barriers there. But so many people went into the barriers, of course, afterwards, including the likes of Sergio Perez, which resulted in a lost position to Fernando Alonso. And then coming back into the pits, he also sped in the pit lane. So, I mean, talk about like doing so well, Perez, to get right up to second place and then throwing it all away right at the end there.
Yeah, that was crazy. Hey, what a crazy time. That weather was insane. I think absolute correct decision to red flag it. But were we seeing a bit of panic from Checo there? Or I don't know how much was his call or his particular strategist call coming into the pits at that time as well. Yeah, and the speeding in the pit lane, obviously, that's all on him. I remember the commentary mentioning that you have to, slightly readjust your deltas when you're on different tires coming in, with the pit limiter. Maybe that was the error. But I agree with you, Mark. He did everything right to get back up to a podium spot and then ended up losing it.
The error that he had actually that caused him to speed in the pit lane was because he locked up and actually hit the wall. So that's why you saw, I don't know if you're watching the live footage, they had to replace his front wing during the red flag conditions. That was because he broke it as he came into the pits there, as well as when he did go off the track into turn one before having to put on those full wets. He actually went into the barriers and damaged his beam wing. So they also had to replace that in the very short red flag session or red flag.
Wow.
Moment.
I actually missed half of that. And then they still ended up being quicker at doing that than Charles Leclerc's first pit stop, which is just crazy. But let's not go back there. I felt for Checo with that penalty, but I mean, you can't speed in the pit lane and get away with it, can you? And it's just another error that's going to mount with his frustration and possibly Red Bull's frustration with him.
Well, Christian Horner certainly seems quite adamant at the moment on keeping Sergio Perez, saying even though he is so far behind Max Verstappen in the points, he's still doing a great job. He is second in the in the Drivers' Championship. And I think Red Bull are certainly happy with the job he's doing out there. Do you think that's justified, or do you think someone else should come into that seat who could possibly get a bit closer to Verstappen?
Yeah, I think someone else should. And look, I like Checo, I do. But when you have a car that is that dominant, you want 1-2s all over the place, don't you? You want to rival the era of Ferrari's dominance when we knew every race was a 1-2. It was Schumi and Barrichello every weekend. I feel like the Red Bull car should be achieving that, and it's just not happening. I mean, how many 1-2s have they had this year? I don't really know. And I think they should be getting in a driver that can. And I feel like there's many drivers that can bring that element of consistency. We know Checo on his day can be brilliant, but he seems to always have an error in him. I don't think that's the quality of a second driver. The second driver should be there for consistency, right?
Yes, I agree. A second driver should be there for consistency, and they should be able to match the number one driver pretty much in all races. We saw in the past how Valtteri Bottas was able to get so close to Lewis Hamilton races. Of course, sometimes Hamilton wouldn't run away, but the majority of the races he was right there with him. And we're not seeing that with Sergio Perez. And maybe it's because he's getting on a little bit in age. I don't necessarily want to put it down to that because he is such a phenomenal driver, even at his age in Formula One. But maybe we should get someone else younger in there. But speaking about the seat, Helmut Marko has said this week that Alex Albon is not in the running anymore for that seat because he's had his chance with Red Bull already. I think that's a little bit harsh because he is really performing so much better at the moment. I think they're really missing out.
Yeah, I also think, when you talk about, Alex Albon, I mean, he's doing unbelievable things in a really underpowered car. I mean, he's right up there in 8th position. He started in 4th, obviously, after qualifying there. Had many overtakes during the race. He was done a bit by the, of course, weather system and the strategy calls that Williams made. But nonetheless, still finished on the points there, just behind McLaren's Lando Norris and Lewis Hamilton, of course, in 6th for Mercedes. He still finished ahead of McLaren's Oscar Piastri, though. So, I mean, he's doing unbelievable things in that Williams. So now, if Red Bull and Helmut Marko goes and says, no, we're not going to let him come back because he's had his chance, stupid decision, I think. I think it's a really stupid thing not to look at him. But then surely does the likes of Ferrari not look at him in terms of when Sainz should go off to Audi, if that's of course, the big rumor. So surely Ferrari would say, that's the driver we can back.
To be honest, I think there's also a little bit of a debate over who's in charge at Red Bull right now, because Helmut Marko says one thing, and then Christian Horner says another thing. Helmut Marko says that Sergio Perez, his seat isn't safe, and Christian Horner goes and says the exact opposite and says it is safe. So we don't really know what is going on there in the leadership roles of Red Bull. Maybe there is a little bit of turmoil and a bit of infighting there between management. But yeah, I think certainly if Red Bull are not going to look at him, then Ferrari or Mercedes or maybe Alpine, Audi, whoever, that he's a brilliant driver. He should not be overlooked. And I think Red Bull have really missed an opportunity if they're not considering him for that second seat.
All right, Carl, would you want Albon in that Ferrari seat if Sainz did leave?
No, I wouldn't. And that's no disrespect to him. And we've touched on it on previous shows. Ferrari needs strong characters in the drivers department to work with a team that seems to be unsure of themselves. They need a strong
to push development,
personality.
For sure.
Exactly. And I just don't think Alex is that personality, albeit I do believe he deserves a better car. And I hope he gets that. I wish him all the best in becoming a driver that can be in a team that's consistently in the points. I just don't think that place is in Ferrari if Ferrari are going to do better.
So I assume you're looking for Hamilton, who of course finished 6th yesterday after starting in 13th. Not a bad race for him, and he almost took Sainz right at the end there, tried desperately to get past the Ferrari there. So Hamilton would of course be a much better bet, I assume, for you. I know you have said so in previous things that's somebody that you'd like to have there. But now let's talk about Lewis Hamilton and of course his teammate George Russell in those Mercedes yesterday. George Russell started all the way up right near the top of the grid, and only finished down in 17th and was complaining and moaning during the race as well about what on earth happened to the race. We were on track for a podium position. And then...
No, it wasn't on track. He said he was forecast for a podium because apparently you can forecast those things nowadays.
Yeah.
He is a weatherman. He is the weatherman, to be fair. So he does forecast.
No, he's the precipitation man or the sweat man.
Oh, man.
Oh, George Russell.
I did have a good chuckle at that.
Yeah, I don't know what he was on there yesterday saying, no, I was forecast for a podium finish. It's raining. It's Zandvoort. Nothing is guaranteed. Ever.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't believe the entitlement in that message to his team. I just thought, what do you mean? Like, is any race a given? What do you?
Yeah,
Imagine
precisely.
being Toto Wolff hearing that comment there and said, "What on earth's happened, guys? I mean, well, forecast for a podium," and being like, "Huh? like who are you? A, who are you? And B, you're the second driver in Mercedes trying to get Hamilton up there, who's starting in 13th. Like, I mean, at what point was it like an easy given that, oh no, 3 laps into the race? I don't think it was like 4 laps or 5 laps into the race. He went and said that message. We still got another 60 plus laps remaining in the race, and Russell goes and says, "Oh, it's forecast for a podium." It's like, mate, you still got another 60 laps to go. Could you like get going here, please? I mean,
To be fair, the Mercedes didn't get that strategy call all that perfectly yesterday. It was very difficult to make that call, whether to bring them in on lap 2, whether to bring them in straight away, or Mercedes, they left them in until lap 3, which was really the absolute worst time to leave them out until, because then the other intermediate runners have already come in for a new set of tires and are lapping so much faster than you, and you're going to lose so much time in that pit. But unfortunately, they had to, because they expected that the rain was going to be light and only for a few minutes, and it definitely wasn't.
Yeah, and I think the other thing as well, which we're talking about engineers and racing drivers having a little bit of a thing with each other. George Russell not very chuffed with his Mercedes team. We do have to touch on Esteban Ocon and his long conversation he had with his engineer during that red flag, when he went in question and says, "What the hell am I doing on the wets, guys? Why am I not in the intermediate tires? You guys have ruined my race," type of thing. And then obviously everybody went back into the pits because it was definitely wet conditions, not intermediate tire conditions. So they had made the right call. And the red flag was of course then course, and he came back into the pits to go and have that chat and went at it with his engineer for ages, and they were properly having a go at each other. I mean, should that not have been like just reserved for after the race if they really wanted to have chats about it? I mean, who on earth, first off, I know Reese's thoughts, but Kyle, who do you think was in the wrong there? And your thoughts in that entire instance?
Oh, it was Ocon in the wrong. Oh my goodness, I couldn't believe it live. I just remember shouting at the TV, "My boy, you owe them a whole round at least. The whole team, you're taking them out, you owe them a round." My goodness me, how would you doubt them with all the numbers and work they're doing when you're in the middle of a storm? Like, come on, man, come on.
And they were the only
it was
team
quite
to put...
clear that a red flag was coming.
They were the only team to put him on a set of wets when everyone else was on a set of inters. All of the inter runners were literally sliding off the track, and he has the nerve to scream at his engineer that they put on a full wet. I mean, and the worst, I was really hosing myself laughing because it was absolutely absurd.
And the worst part about it is also the fact that, like, if that red flag wasn't called, he would have leapfrogged so many teams.
He would have won.
Gone right up to the top. He probably would have been like up there in the podium positions. It would have been scary how high up he would have been. It was a brilliant call by Alpine. And the only reason I didn't see any reward for it is because they had to come in for that red flag. But then Ocon decides to still lose his mind at him. And even after the race, they were still chatting and having words with each other about certain things. Didn't look nearly as heated. But I mean, I just don't quite understand where Ocon was coming from in that entire instance, as well as I haven't seen Ocon do that before. That was also interesting.
No, and especially when you're... Sorry, Kyle. Carry on.
No, go for it, Go for it.
I was going to say, especially when you're a driver in the car, and as Kyle said earlier, your team has all the data they need to make these decisions, and they made the right one. And yeah, you need to sometimes just chill out a bit, understand why they made that decision, and then maybe have a bit of a conversation. Don't do it in front of all of the cameras and the crowds where people can see this going on.
Yeah, I mean, are we seeing touches of Force India Ocon coming back, where he was a bit spicy, would fight with people in front of, we had that bit of cheeky side to him. Maybe it's a touch of that, but I mean, there's nothing, I don't think you can defend him at all in the situation. And as you gents have said, he would have been on for a win or a podium, possibly if the red flag didn't come out immediately. If it only came out 2 laps later, he certainly would have been leading the race.
Yeah. It's exactly that. He would have been right up there, and I think only Max Verstappen would have had time to come into the pits and come out on a little pool wets ahead of him. But I mean, I suppose I could only forgive Esteban Ocon if he was in the Ferrari team then having an argument with his engineers, because then I could probably question the decisions made. But Yeah, I mean, I feel sorry for Alpine there. They could have done something very good with Ocon's car there. But, of course, his teammate, Pierre Gasly, did get on the podium in third position there. I mean, what a race that was, Reese.
Yes, I mean, I don't think Pierre Gasly was really expecting that at all. And he looked so chuffed with himself there on the podium. And I think we're all really happy for him. It's his, I think I'm correct in saying it's his first podium with Alpine, which is phenomenal. Of course, it's a French team. He's a French driver. Great for him. Great for his confidence as well. Hopefully he'll be able to have a good showing out in Monza, because I think the Alpines are going to be fast at that low downforce circuit. The Ferraris, I think, are going to be fast there as well, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. Yeah, I'm really happy for him, and I think it's a good showing for Alpine, who are really struggling at the moment in terms of their managerial issues. So hopefully it does give a bit of a morale boost back at the Alpine factory.
Yeah, I was incredibly impressed with him. I'm a big Gasly fan. I think he's a fantastic driver. I think he's one of the best defensive drivers out there. He's so hard to overtake. We had seen him do so well in a much worse car beforehand in the AlphaTauri, and defend like a lion there as well. So I was very happy to see him get a result that he deserved. And I see on our poll as well, so far he's winning the fan vote there for who impressed most, and I think that's thoroughly deserved.
Yeah, and whilst we talk about the poll, of course, we've got Alonso and Albon as the other two drivers. Now, we have already touched on Alex Albon and his coming eighth there. But now, Fernando Alonso yesterday, how was he doing? I mean, it was incredible. Strategy calls from Aston Martin were on point the entire day for Fernando Alonso. Not so much for Lance Stroll, but definitely for Fernando Alonso. And Alonso also just doing exceptionally well in using his experience in the wet weather, of course. That's where it really does help you. And getting that second place, which is so desperately needed for that Aston Martin team, which we were saying during the break, they need points, they need podiums again to try and solidify their place right near the top of the Constructors' Championship. And Fernando Alonso now also, again, letting everybody know that he's still in the running for that second place position in the Drivers' Championship. I mean, did unbelievably well yesterday, Reese.
Sorry, I'm busy reading articles. What was the question?
Alonso.
Yes, Fernando Alonso had a phenomenal race yesterday. That's all the prompt I need there. Fernando Alonso had a really great race yesterday. As you said, Aston Martin made all the correct strategy calls, especially at the end where they decided not to pit him when Sergio Perez did. I think they saw that red flag coming. Maybe Perez couldn't have, he was past him already because Perez just went off the track. And yeah, I think they deserve it. It's going to be interesting to see whether they can keep this momentum going. They kind of fizzled out at the end of the first half of the season. Hopefully they can kind of keep the consistency going throughout the second half, because it is going to be very difficult. All of the teams are in a race at the moment to see who can develop their cars the fastest. And I think they may get lost a little bit if they continue to do what they did in the first half of the season. I don't want to see that, because it's great to see Fernando Alonso back on the podium. And he just provides such great racing as well. His teammate, though, on the other hand, not so much.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I don't know if we even need to touch on Lance Stroll. Can I give you his finishing position?
11th.
I think that says everything. 11th.
Yes. But Kyle, your thoughts on Alonso and
second.
Aston Martin's calls yesterday and their race in general?
Yeah. Certainly from Alonso's point of view, they got everything right, and he had such a good drive. He showed his caliber once more. Showed his racecraft. Of course, no mistakes from him. We've come to expect that. I'm always so impressed of how he punches above his weight. How he always outdoes his teammate over a season, except that one season with Lewis, which I'm sure still haunts his dreams. But consistently, he's ahead of his teammate by so much. It's incredible. In my opinion, I think there's an argument. Maybe I can spice up some interaction in the comment section. I think Fernando Alonso is the greatest motorsport driver of all time, seeing what he's done in Formula One and outside of Formula One, what he has won in multiple disciplines and the longevity in his career. My opinion is someone has to try and match what that man has done over the same period. to be called the greatest motorsport driver of all time?
I think he's still... I don't disagree with you. I think he's a phenomenal racing driver, but he is still chasing that triple crown. There are a few drivers who do have that triple crown. Once he has that, then I think I will gift him, well, not gift him, I will crown him that greatest of all time title, because he is still chasing that Indy 500 win, which he got so close to a couple of years ago, but was very unfortunate. I think he had a tire blowout, if I'm not mistaken. But I mean, as you say, he is just a really, really competitive driver in all forms of motorsport, not just Formula One, which is not that easy. I mean, especially going from Formula One, which is a single-seater open cockpit. He went then into IndyCar, which is similar, but then to go and win a World Endurance Championship, that is a completely different ballpark. I mean, that is long stints in the car, like multiple days, and just completely different handling as well. And he still was able to be extremely competitive.
Yeah, and he seems to be handy on a bicycle these days as well. So if it has wheels, he's going to be on it.
Just don't let him crash again.
Yeah. No, he must calm down a little bit. We need him healthy and behind the wheel.
Yes.
So, I mean, we've chatted now about most of the teams here, but there's one team we've deliberately ignored up until this point here, because I was a bit confused, I think, by yesterday's race, just regards to strategy calls, which they've been getting so right recently, and that, of course, McLaren. Lando Norris last Piastri finished up in 7th and 9th, and they did. I mean, look, it's not the worst possible finishing, but quite frankly, given how well they did before the break, going into that break, and how everything was just working for them, the pit stops were excellent, their strategy calls were excellent, the drivers, both of them performing, the car also performing. Yesterday, though, was a bit of a shit show.
Yes, it was a bit unfortunate. I think they also just got caught out with the McLarens, with the Mercedes on their strategy call in the first pit phase of the race, which was, of course, lap 1 pretty much. And that is unfortunately when they just lost the momentum for the rest of the race, and they were fighting back rather than trying to fight for positions. Disappointing, but I think we'll see them fight back in Monza. That circuit should certainly suit their cars as well. They like high speed tracks. I'm really hoping that they're going to be competitive, because it should give us a really exciting race weekend again. But yeah, we'll have to see what they're able to do throughout the rest of the second half of the season.
Yeah, they gave us some PTSD there, didn't they? Some memories of Sochi a while ago when they got on the radio and asked Lando if he can manage staying out. We all thought, no, not again, please no. So other than that PTSD that they caused us, I was generally surprised that they seemed to not learn from the pain of Sochi, that fateful day, where if you've got the data, tell the driver. Don't give him the option there, especially when you know the rain is only getting heavier. And especially the driver only knows what he's feeling at that moment on the track. We all know these tracks span kilometers. The heavy rain might be 2 kilometers away from them. And so, if they at that moment think they're in control enough of the car, they're going to say yes. But if you've got the data, bring them in, man. Bring them in. Don't assume that they can handle heavier weather when you know that's on the radar and it's arriving now.
Yeah, that's exactly
Yes,
that.
I completely agree.
I mean, I was very much confused by McLaren's delayed response to the whole thing, because they've been so proactive before going to the break, making decisions right then and there with Red Bull and the likes. And also, I mean, in qualifying, Lando Norris was getting so close, and in practice, of course, I mean, the McLarens and the Red Bull times were right on par, right next to each other the whole time, and only just right at the end of qualifying did they just mess up a little bit. And that wasn't the pace being shown. That was just, I think, too early. They did their lap a little bit. But in general, their race pace and their qualifying pace was not that dissimilar to those Red Bulls. And yet, when it came to yesterday, they just really made some shocking calls with regards to those the tactics. And then also, again, I think just the McLarens and the wet weren't nearly as quick, of course, as the Red Bulls. But I was expecting a lot more. I'm sure we will see a lot more come Monza. And just based on the pace, though, leading up to the race, not the race itself, do we think that McLaren could genuinely compete with Red Bull this weekend?
I think it's a bit of a long shot to say that they're going to be able to take the win, but maybe they'll be able to be faster than Sergio Perez. He might make a mistake and allow one of the McLarens to slip through, maybe Lando Norris. Yeah, we'll see. I think they're going to be quite fast. I think the circuit is really going to benefit them, suit them. We've seen how it has suited their car in the past with Daniel Ricciardo. I think it's going to be really interesting. I'm hoping Oscar Piastri can have a little bit of a better race. Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting.
Kyle?
Maybe the Monza curse comes in to help Piastri. Maybe, who knows?
Maybe
I've seen some
get this
things.
Imagine
illustration before Lando
Imagine
Norris.
Piastri wins before Lando Norris, and that would be
That would
unbelievable.
be
Oh,
mayhem.
that would be.
That would
Hey,
really get under
we've
Lando's
come
skin.
that
would
would.
be just
But we
amazing.
know mayhem's possible. Yeah.
Exactly. It's Formula One. Anything is possible.
So what I'm going to see is I'm going to see Max Verstappen qualify quickest in Monza. We're going to see Lando Norris in second and Oscar Piastri in third. Into the first turn, Lando Norris is going to take out Max Verstappen, both of them out the race, and Oscar Piastri goes on to win in Monza. I think it's got history written right then in the stars. We're going to see the Australian get a win before
that's a rookie
Lando
win.
Norris.
So, yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a long shot. Max Verstappen is so cautious. I was actually chatting to Mark about this a little bit earlier. Max Verstappen he's changed his driving style slightly. He's a lot more cautious on lap one. He's more willing to give up positions in the first lap of a race to be neat and tidy and not have any incidents. And then he can just reel in those places a little bit later because his car has the pace. It's smarter driving for sure. And that's why I think we haven't seen any incidents with Verstappen this season.
Yeah, I agree with Reese there. If something crazy is going to happen, it's going to be because of something that's not Max's fault. Maybe a puncture.
Never know.
Yeah, I don't think Red Bull is going to see some major things. I mean, their car has been very resilient in most scenarios during the course of the season so far. So it's going to take a hell of a lot for Max Verstappen not to win this weekend. But of course, anything is possible. And also, the weather has been playing a big part in every single race pretty much for this entire season. And I don't think it's going to be any different here in Monza because, of course, it is still European weather at the moment, which is all over the place. So I'm sure we're going to have some more rain here in Monza. It's going to throw the weekend into a little bit of chaos. And the likes of Fernando Alonso and Lewis Hamilton, of course, also benefit a lot when it's rainy weather. They're exceptional in the wet alongside Max Verstappen. That's why we saw Lewis Hamilton make up all those places yesterday. And I think going to this weekend, I think we will probably have a three-way battle for those podiums, at least between constructors, because I do reckon you'll see the likes of Red Bull, Mercedes, and Aston Martin fight up those positions. I don't know. I mean, obviously, McLaren will also be there. So it's four-way battle. So I don't know how I somehow skipped McLaren, but Aston Martin just with a slight bit of a shout, I think. But it's getting a lot closer after that first place position with Max Verstappen. It's getting, lots of different names in second and third place we've seen so far. And just going to end off more or less, just to start going into the final bits of this fan forum, I suppose. We're going to say, who do we think, if Max Verstappen doesn't win this weekend, what's our top three? What's our top three? Out of absolutely no concept of knowledge of what's going to happen this weekend, just basing off what could happen. Reese, I'm going to go to you first. Who's your top three if Max Verstappen doesn't win?
If Max Verstappen doesn't win, I'm going to say Fernando Alonso, Lando Norris, and Lewis Hamilton.
Okay. Kyle, have you got reasons and otherwise not for whatever you predict?
Yeah, no, look, Reese took the words right out of my mouth. So I guess I'll at least go with one different there. And I'm going to put Checo in the place of Hamilton, just to be different. But I agree with Reese.
But it's interesting because we're now just giving those predictions. I was also going to put Alonso in those top three, but I wasn't going to put him first, which both of you did. So are you guys saying that you reckon that Aston Martin has found enough pace to be quicker than McLaren again?
I mean, they were super
seen.
fast in Saudi Arabia. You can't forget that, Mark. And that is a super, super fast circuit. So it's possible. I think it's possible at Monza.
Yeah. I guess we'll also see weather dependent, if it's very
Precisely.
hot.
Yeah, it's exactly it. Now, I suppose just rounding off the show here, of course, yesterday's Grand Prix, where would you rank that out of all the Grand Prix we've had so far this season?
I'd give it it's one of the better ones. I believe it was exciting with all the weather changes, strategy calls, overtakes, like Reese was saying before we started the stream, the record for overtakes in a Formula One race, I believe, Reese. So I'd
Yes,
say
I'll
it's
give you the stat
8 out
now.
of 10,
It's
you know.
100. Yeah, so that stat for this race weekend is a new record for Formula One. It's the most overtakes ever in a Grand Prix, and that is with 186 overtakes throughout that entire race, which is absolutely incredible. Fernando Alonso performed the most overtakes with 13, going to himself. 59 of them were only broadcast live, and yeah, it was certainly a very good race, with the previous record being held by the Chinese Grand Prix in 2016 with 170 overtakes.
Speaking of the camera not being on overtakes, and sorry to interrupt the narrative, your Mark, but guys, we all know Max is going to win at the end, right? Was I the only one shouting at the TV wanting to see if Lando was
No,
going to pinch that
I
position
was
there?
also.
I mean, and it came down to fractions of a second, man. Another 10 meters, he would have snuck up that place. We weren't sure if Carlos was hanging on. And then they just switched to Max doing a victory lap, man. Goodness me.
It
Yeah, I
is
know.
so
It's like
frustrating.
it's a habit thing. It's a habit thing that they do, and I've lost it with the directors recently because it's as soon as it gets to like the last 3 corners, it goes, okay, Max Verstappen's now got about across the finish line. Yeah, we know. We've still got action happening.
The problem is, of course, you have to show the race winner winning the race. You can't not show that. But at the same time, we want to see the on-track action. Put Max Verstappen's race win in a mini screen somewhere. But let us see the actual action happening on track.
Look at our TV right now. We've got 3 different angles happening. Go and just make it into a.
Exactly.
Here's the top left. Here's Max Verstappen going. Here's Sainz having a battle out. Here's Lando Norris having a battle out. Let's see the whole thing happening there. So I mean, it's just I don't understand why we don't have those sort of camera angles available to us, because we sometimes, I mean, we did almost miss. I think it was I'm trying to remember which Grand Prix it was, but where we literally had right down to the finish line, and we only saw it as a replay. I think it was between Alex Albon in 10th and 11th was for that last points position somewhere. I think it might have even been in. Just trying to remember now. It's one of the.
I can't remember, unfortunately.
I can't remember, but it was. I think it was an early European circuit at the time, and it was just right down to the wire. And we only see a replay of it, and you're thinking that's some serious action you want to see right at the end of the race, and we just don't see it half the time because we're going, oh look, Max Verstappen's winning a Grand Prix yet again. Look at all our fireworks, guys. I don't care about the fireworks. I don't care about the whole light shows happening. Show me the action.
Absolutely. I think there was instance last season or the season before as well where Valtteri Bottas gained a position right on the line out of the last corner, got a better exit and stole a position literally on the finish line as well, which we didn't see. And they even got it wrong at Monaco, guys. Like when an overtake happens at Monaco, you gotta show it. We don't usually see those, do we?
Just on a side note, there, Carl, it was Monaco that was right down to the line. That it was Monaco. So that's why.
Was that the one where they were showing Lance Stroll instead of the
Yes.
on-track action? I think it was, yes.
Yes.
Which was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, really, save us that, please.
So,
Goodness.
yeah, I mean, I think we've all got the same opinions on the F1 directors. But, guys, I think we're going to wrap up now this fan forum here. So, thank you very much for joining us, of course, on Forever Motorsports here with Reese, Carl, and myself, Mark, of course. We're looking forward to seeing what happens this weekend in Monza. And, of course, we've already given a little bit of predictions as to what could happen this weekend. So let us know in the chat, and otherwise in our Discord, of course. You can go join our Discord, link in the chat there, about what you guys think is going to happen this weekend. And, of course, join Reese for all his live shows every day, as well as all the content that's going up on the channel. We have hit 1,000 subscribers. Thank you all so much for that, as we get this channel growing very, very quickly. Keep sharing with your friends and otherwise. And from me and the rest of us here on Forever Motorsports, I wish you a good evening, and we'll see you again very, very soon. Cheerio.
Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports, here for our daily live Formula 1 news video. There's quite a lot to talk about today, so do be sure to hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, and yes, please do let me know your opinions in the comment section, as well as just drop me any other questions that you have and you'd like me to answer. So without further ado, let's get on with the first article for today. Carlos Sainz's father has allegedly confirmed that Audi have made contact with the family. Carlos Sainz Sr. is managed, or Carlos Sainz Jr. is managed by long-term agent Carlos Honoro, but is also advised by his father and rally driver Carlos Sainz Sr., who has spoken exclusively to PlanetFormula1.com. Sainz Sr. confirmed that Audi have made contact. Of course, there's a contract, but nothing concrete at the moment. He said, of course, there's contact, but nothing concrete at the moment. I think for us, it is a moment to wait and see. But of course, Audi, they are moving. They're working very hard. They have the ambition to become really good, really, really quickly. So they are moving very, very strong. I think for the fact that Andreas Seidel, who worked with Carlos at McLaren, and then Sainz Sr. continues to say here, I think that the fact Andreas was working with Carlos for a couple of years at McLaren, they know each other very well and had a very successful time there. I think Andrea is one of the guys who really appreciates Carlos more and the quality he is able to do with the speed and feedback, so I think he knows him very well. First of all, I think it's really good that Audi definitely made the step into Formula 1, and I think it's going to be a good place in the future, that is for sure. So definitely a big conversation that Carlos Sainz could go across to Audi. And then, of course, the conversation moves to who will take that second seat in Ferrari. Of course, silly season has been a little bit boring so far. We haven't had any driver moves as of yet. We're still waiting to hear what happens with Charles Leclerc, with not with Lando Norris, with Lewis Hamilton, with Carlos Sainz. It's just a massive unknown at this point. Who is going to be moving where? So, yeah, do let us know who you think Carlos Sainz could leave for, if he will leave for Audi, or whether he will stay with Ferrari, who he doesn't necessarily seem to have been having the greatest few seasons with as of yet. They haven't provided a very competitive car. Yeah, and it's been a bit unfortunate, but it can happen, unfortunately, in Formula 1, where you do join a team and just have no luck. So that I will end the first poll, because that just deals there with Carlos Sainz. And let's move on to the next one. Lewis Hamilton has said he expects his challenger to be closer to Max Verstappen and the Red Bulls in the next race out in Monza. So, Lewis Hamilton will excite Formula 1 fans with a bold claim for the next Grand Prix. And let me change this poll here. And Mark can stop laughing at me, because for the first time I've actually been able to type the poll correctly first time round. Here we go. So, the next article from the Mirror says, Max Verstappen claimed yet another victory over this weekend during the Dutch Grand Prix, but has been sent a warning by longtime rival Lewis Hamilton in the immediate aftermath of the race. Lewis Hamilton believes his Mercedes can now match Max Verstappen for pace after a topsy-turvy weekend at Zandvoort. It wasn't totally comfortable for Verstappen throughout that race, in a race which was hampered hugely by the chaotic weather conditions, which led an early slip early into the race. A controversial Red Bull decision then saw his teammates undercut Sergio Perez mid-race, a decision that left the Mexican baffled. Heavy rain also disrupted the closing stages of that Formula 1 race. Verstappen's previous rival for the Formula 1 title, Lewis Hamilton, who finished 6th over 13 seconds behind the Dutchman, also having his lowest finish of the season since placing 8th in the Australian Grand Prix. Despite that, Hamilton was still impressed with his overall drive throughout the race and claimed that he could have rivaled Verstappen had he started higher up. Speaking after, the British driver said, "It didn't start off that well, but I'm pretty happy with the drive that I did it. It didn't start off well, but I'm pretty happy with the drive that I did to get back into the points and get 6th. It could have been higher for sure if we had made the right decision at the end of the day. We should have pitted straight away, but we didn't. We paid the price for that, and we did our best to come back. I feel like today was redemption, in the sense of that it was a terrible day yesterday. I managed to dial the car in a bit better today and overtook a bunch of people." So, interesting to see that Lewis Hamilton does believe he has a bit more pace. He continues to say there, "To start 13th, I was dead last at one point, to get back up to 6th. I'm happy with that. I think today I had the pace for the podium. I was on pace with Max Verstappen in the race, but we were just out of position." Verstappen now has a comfortable lead over the top of the Formula 1 standings, with Hamilton sitting in 4th overall. That would represent an improvement on last year's finish after a tricky campaign. The Mercedes star finished the season in 6th, having gone toe-to-toe with Verstappen for the title the year prior. Hamilton will be aiming to prove his claim next weekend as the season continues. His next port of call is the Italian Grand Prix in Monza, where he finished last season in 5th position, with Verstappen claiming victory. So we'll have to wait and see whether this will allow Lewis Hamilton to be closer a little bit at the end of next race in Monza, because we don't necessarily expect them to be as close as they claim to be. Of course, we expect maybe the likes of McLaren to be a bit faster, maybe Aston Martin as well. We'll just have to wait and see what happens, because Monza does seem to suit a lot of different teams. I think it could also suit the Williams, who like low downforce tracks, high speed tracks. Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see who does have the pace to challenge those Red Bulls in Monza. I have now just closed one of the wrong articles because it froze a little bit. Let me get that other one up. But nonetheless, we'll move on to our next articles here once I get that up again. Let me just find it. There it is now. So, our next article is chatting a little bit about Mick Schumacher. Mick Schumacher reveals he's been dealt a major blow before the contract silly season gets underway. Mick Schumacher has admitted time is running out for him to secure a seat in Formula 1 to return on the grid in 2024. The German lost a permanent seat on the grid last year when Haas opted not to extend his deal, instead moving to secure the signature of Nico Hülkenberg, a man they have just given another contract to. Facing a future out of the sport, Schumacher took up Mercedes' offer of a reserved role, but has been itching to get back to a full-time Formula 1 seat. Mick Schumacher has admitted that his time is running out, and it is going against him for another race seat in Formula 1. With 9 races to go, it is coming to the point of the season where teams look to the future. Ahead, already many constructors will be parking their development of their 2023 car, instead focusing on next year's contender. But it is not just future Formula 1 cars that need to be sorted out. 2024 is shaping up to be one of the quietest silly seasons in recent Formula 1 history, as plenty of teams look to already have sorted out their plans. Haas have confirmed both Hulk and Kevin Magnussen would remain with them for the 2024 season, while Red Bull, Alpine, McLaren, Aston Martin and Ferrari have drivers contracted until at least the end of next season. That leaves the likes of Schumacher wondering where they may get an opening. The most questionable seats would be those of Daniel Ricciardo, Lewis Hamilton, Zhou Guanyu and Yuki Tsunoda, who all face some doubts as to whether they would be able to stick out with the same teams for next year, but none of those would be a natural home for Schumacher. If Mercedes were to lose Hamilton, it would be unlikely that they would opt to give a relatively inexperienced driver the seat, while a move to AlphaTauri seems just as improbable. It seems that Schumacher himself has come to the conclusion, telling Sky Sports Germany that time is running out. He said, "I can't name a timeline yet. I'm still working. Time is running out a little bit, but I have to take my time. At 24, it would not be a disaster were he to sit out on another Formula 1 season, but as a driver with a point to prove, Schumacher will no doubt be wanting to be back racing as soon as possible. An opportunity with Williams could arise, but the Grove outfit has said that they are not looking to move away from Logan Sargeant, which moves us into our next article from Crash.net. Major blow for Mick Schumacher and out-of-work drivers amid Formula 1 silly season as Williams back Logan Sargeant for the 2024 seat. Drivers hoping to take advantage of the Formula 1 silly season have been dealt a setback by Williams, resolute of their backing of under fire Logan Sargeant. The American rookie seats appear to be one of the most at risk on the current Formula 1 grid, with the likes of Mick Schumacher and Alex Palou being in the running for that seat for 2024. James Vowles has come out and said, though, that the Williams team have laughed at the mention of the link to Palou, according to the Daily Mirror, before confirming he wasn't in talks with anyone to replace Sargeant at this point. He was quoted as saying, "You will always have other options coming towards you. That's just the nature of the sport. It would be foolish to hang up the phone immediately. It is fair to say I have contact with nearly every driver on the grid, but that doesn't mean there are any active conversations. There are no conversations for the seat that is here. That is the way I can summarize it. One of the things I have always done, whether that was at Mercedes or here, is I have a good relationship with pretty much most of the drivers here and about 4 in IndyCar as well, just because they're really good peddlers and deserve a chance one day. But our focus at the moment is on Alex and Logan and making sure that we absolutely create an environment to win." Vowles has insisted that Sargeant's early retirement from the Formula 1 Dutch Grand Prix was a team error and not that from Logan himself. He was unfortunate to suffer a brake-by-wire failure as well as a hydraulics failure, which left him with no brakes and no steering, which caused him to have that crash, unfortunately, in the opening stages of the Dutch Grand Prix. Logan Sargeant, though, who is yet to score a Formula 1 point after 14 rounds this season, is under a lot of fire. But, of course, he is a rookie, and there is a lot of pressure, of course, in Formula 1, especially for rookies who don't score points quite early on. Mark there just saying, "Boo, we want Mick back." Yes, of course it is difficult. We want Mick Schumacher back in the sport, but I do believe we need to give adequate amount of time to Logan Sargeant to at least get an opportunity to score points. I think this weekend would have been an opportunity for him to get into the points, but it was very unlucky with the fact that he did have those hydraulic and brake-by-wire failures. Carrying on with the article, though, James Vowles has continued to say, "We keep forgetting that these guys and girls are in their young 20s. That's it. They are composed, educated individuals who know they are going to have to deliver. In Logan's case, he knows that there's a mediocrity. In Logan's case, he knows this is a meritocracy, and he knows that he needs to perform. But there is no blame. There is a no blame culture. If you take someone and say you're not doing a good enough job, what happens? It doesn't particularly help the situation. Well, what he needs to know is that What he needs to know is that he has tremendous potential in him, and he knows that. He knows that we have tried to accelerate his journey into the sport 1 year too early, but it was the right decision at the time. What he needs to know is an environment where he's able to take all the learning and use it to good effect. Not worry about issues or mistakes, but learning to build on them, week in, week out. And that's the environment that we are setting up and creating around him at the moment. But it will take time." So it is a bit of a difficult season for the rookie at the moment, but he has had a good run of qualifying sessions. He got into, I think it was Q3 this last weekend out. He did have that crash, though, in Q3, which led him not to be able to set a faster time. But nonetheless, we are seeing those glimmers of hope from Logan Sargeant. Hopefully, he will be able to show us a little bit more of what he can do in the next coming races. Monza is going to be another opportunity, at least I think, for Williams. They did quite well last year with, I think it was Nick de Vries and try to think of who the second driver was last season. Because Nick de Vries filled in for Alex Albon, who was unwell. But yeah, hopefully they'll be able to have a good race weekend. Hopefully Logan Sargeant will finally be able to get up into the points. Let me know if you think Logan Sargeant will be able to stick out with that team, or whether Williams are going to have to look elsewhere for their number 2 driver. Let's just end this poll speaking about speaking about Mercedes, and ask, do you think Williams will hold on to Logan Sargeant? There you go. So, just moving on to our next article now. Ferrari have gone and unveiled special race suits for the I want to say Monaco there, but for the Monza Grand Prix, their home Grand Prix at Italy, not too far away from their factory, and they have released some new race suits. They do look a little bit like McDonald's workers, but we will get onto that for our meme review a little bit later this week. So, moving on to this article, Ferrari have unveiled special... Gosh, I really cannot speak today. Ferrari have unveiled special race suits for the 2023 Formula 1 Italian Grand Prix in Monza. The on-track results achieved by Ferrari in 2023 are unfortunately not what the fans of the prancing horse would hope for, and the beginning of the season, and the beginning of the second part of the season after the long summer break has not been memorable for the Maranello team at all. At Zandvoort, the team led by Frederic Vasseur only managed a 5th place finish, with Carlos Sainz and Charles Leclerc having to DNF from the race with damage. Despite the less than ideal mood surrounding the Ferrari world, many fans are still eagerly awaiting the arrival of the next weekend, when the Italian Grand Prix will finally take place. After the cancellation of the Imola race due to the flood that had affected the Emilia-Romagna region, the Monza race will be the only Italian stop on the 2023 championship. To celebrate it, Ferrari has decided to prepare special race suits and dedicated merchandise, just as they did 12 months ago. On the occasion, a completely yellow color scheme was chosen, paying tribute to the yellow Modena, which is an unanimously considered the Scuderia's secondary color of reference. This time, however, the choice has fallen on a much more diverse mix that combines the 3 historic most used Ferrari colors: red, yellow, and black. The uniform features stripes with the upper part colored in red, the middle stripe in yellow, and the lower portion, including the legs, entirely in black. A fascinating blend that will also be replicated on all other standard attire, of course in various variations. A touch of style in the hope that, in front of the home crowd, the SF23s can offer something more than just an albeit splendid special coloration. So, hopefully the Ferraris will be able to take their special race suits. I wonder if we'll be getting a special race livery as well on the car. But hopefully the Ferraris can have a bit of a better race weekend this weekend out in Monza, because they have just fallen off a little bit in the past few race weekends. It has been quite disappointing to see Ferrari not being able to challenge. And I mean, I think if they're not able to do something special this race weekend, then they're going to have to deal with all of the upset tifosi, who are normally really, really vocal about when they don't like what they see from Ferrari. Sorry, I've got hiccups at the moment. And I don't necessarily know if they're going to be able to do as well as they did last weekend. I think there's going to be a lot more competition this weekend. I think a 5th place finish will be highly optimistic, really. A podium position is highly unlikely, as much as it hurts me to say that, because I want to see Ferrari up on the podium. But it's going to be very difficult here with a really, really competitive top field. I think McLaren are going to be in the run. Possibly Williams are going to be in the run with Albon, because he was super fast in Zandvoort. Aston Martin could also be in the run. Red Bull are of course going to be in the run. So that's already 8 drivers who could be, or 8 to 7 drivers who could be very competitive in Monza. And yeah, I don't necessarily know what Ferrari are going to be able to do. They are just such an unknown at this point because we don't know how they go from one race weekend to the next. Let me know what you guys think though in the comment section. Will those Ferraris new race suits be a little bit wasted, or whether they are going to actually be able to compete come Monza? Let's start another poll here. There we go. So just moving on to our next article now. And of course, do be sure to go and vote in that poll. Speaking about Ferrari, also do be sure to let me know your opinions in the comment section. I can see I have a few of you watching alongside with me now. It's always helpful to chat alongside with you guys and hear all of your opinions and answer any questions that you guys also have about Formula One. So moving on to our last few articles here, we'll be speaking a little bit about Liam Lawson, the rookie, who was stepping in for Daniel Ricciardo. Of course, we spoke about Daniel Ricciardo yesterday and the fact that he has broken his wrist. He has had surgery now on that, but will be out for possibly the next Grand Prix and possibly the one after that as well. We're still waiting to hear whether he will be able to be back in the car for Singapore, but it is looking highly unlikely, of course, with Daniel Ricciardo just needing to rest and recover from that surgery. We don't want to get him in the car a bit too early and have him not able to get up to his racing ways. So moving on to this article, Liam Lawson to be AlphaTauri F1 replacement until Daniel Ricciardo is fit. Liam Lawson will return to drive for the AlphaTauri team at this weekend's Italian Grand Prix as Daniel Ricciardo continues his recovery from a broken hand. The Australian has been sidelined by injury 3 rounds into his Formula 1 return after crashing in second practice at Zandvoort. He locked his front wheels into the bank turn 3 to shunt into the barrier. The steering wheel then moved violently upon impact to result in a broken metacarpal in his left hand. Ricciardo underwent surgery and metalwork in Barcelona on Sunday and is believed to be treated by renowned MotoGP doctor Dr. Xavier Muir. On Monday, AlphaTauri confirmed that Lawson will deputise for Ricciardo until he is fully fit. Lawson made his Formula 1 race debut on Sunday, having previously taken part in 3 Formula 1 free practice sessions with Red Bull and AlphaTauri last season. The Super Formula title challenger, who sits second in the standings, finished the Dutch Grand Prix in 13th, ahead of teammate Yuki Tsunoda in 16th. In a statement, the team said, "We are delighted that Daniel's surgery went well, and that he is now on the road to recovery. We hope to see him at the track again very soon, but until he is fully fit, we can confirm that Liam, who did a good job in difficult circumstances in Zandvoort, will continue to drive alongside Yuki, starting from our home race this weekend in Monza." AlphaTauri boss Franz Tost told Autosports on Sunday that Lawson would be sent to undergo simulator work this week ahead of the Monza Grand Prix round. Ricciardo's injury comes ahead of the congested... let me just find my place again. Ricciardo's injury comes ahead of a congested run of races. The Italian Grand Prix takes place this weekend with a week's break before the Singapore Grand Prix and then the Japanese Grand Prix as a double header. Speaking after his operation, Ricciardo posted on Instagram saying, "Hey everyone, had surgery this morning. Got my first bit of metal work, so that's pretty cool. Big thanks to everyone who reached out and kept my spirits up. This ain't a setback, just all part of the comeback." We certainly hope to see Daniel Ricciardo being able to come back and get back into his AlphaTauri Challenger before all that long, because we do miss that bubbly personality of Daniel Ricciardo on the Formula 1 grid. Nonetheless, we'll be speaking a little bit now about Liam Lawson's first Formula 1 race and how he fared. Of course, Liam Lawson, we've already said he subbed in for Daniel Ricciardo, the Red Bull Jr., who was thrown into the AlphaTauri on Saturday morning at the Formula 1 Dutch Grand Prix after Ricciardo had his injured hand. Lawson finished the race in 13th after getting a 10-second time penalty for impeding in the pit lane. I didn't know he got that, but nonetheless, it was a little bit sketchy. Conditions were all over the place. The New Zealand reacted. On the grid, it started raining, not the best feeling. I was obviously learning a huge amount in the first part, which was the best. We lost a bit of time in the stacking and the penalty. That's all part of it, of course. The second half, I started to get a bit of the feeling on the softs and the clean air. And on the inters as well. I felt a lot more comfortable than yesterday, that's for sure. He said about bringing his AlphaTauri, a car he'd never previously driven, home. You always look back, and I'll reflect on this, and there's definitely things I would have liked to do better. But yeah, reasonably satisfied with that. Lawson's most eye-catching moment was overtaking the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc. Although he had lost positions back shortly after, he continued to say, yeah, that was definitely quite eventful, to be fair. I think he was struggling a lot on the softs, and every time I passed him, he passed me back on the straight. So a little bit frustrating, but obviously it is good to get the experience. Yeah, unfortunately, Charles Leclerc did have floor damage, so that is why Liam Lawson was able to pass him on track. But then the Ferrari, with the more pace in the straights, was able to just get back past the AlphaTauri of Liam Lawson. Mark just saying there in the comment section, should Lawson get a seat next year or just a reserve driver again? I mean, he has shown he has some pace here, so possibly he should deserve a seat for next season. But it is a very, very tight Formula 1 grid at the moment. And we don't necessarily know who are going to be in the running for seats next season, with the Formula 1 silly season still not necessarily kicking off just yet. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see whether he can get a full-time Formula 1 seat before the end of the season. Just finishing up with this here, he says, I feel like I had experience of every situation in that race with multiple pit stops, wheel-to-wheel racing, dry weather, wet weather, so it was a good learning experience. Then Christian Horner, after the race, said about Liam Lawson's debut, again, the poor guy getting dropped in the car he's never driven in wet and dry conditions. I actually think he did pretty well, and he actually overtook Max on Max's outlap as he changed onto the intermediate tyres at the end there. To finish a race like that in itself, with the lack of experience that he has, I thought in very difficult circumstances he applied himself very well. Liam Lawson is expected to be back for at least one more race next weekend in Monza, and reports on Monday morning suggested that he could be needed for Singapore too as Ricciardo recovers. So, very impressed by the rookie of Liam Lawson. Certainly will be watching what he's able to do this next race weekend in Monza. Hopefully he'll be able to have another great weekend, another clean weekend for the AlphaTauri team, and we could possibly see him also in the race seat for Singapore as well. Moving on to our last article though, speaking about Max Verstappen, our current Formula 1 champion, our Formula 1 points leader at the moment as well. Max Verstappen is on a roll, but could the Monza curse end it all? Of course, Monza is the next race on our Formula 1 calendar, and off the back of the Dutch Grand Prix, Max Verstappen is certainly going to be wanting to keep his tally of Formula 1 races going. But by winning the Dutch Grand Prix, not only did Max Verstappen win his third consecutive home Grand Prix, also his ninth consecutive race this season. Heading back to Monza next weekend, the two-time defending world champion will look to win a record-breaking 10th consecutive Grand Prix. However, a dark cloud looms over that Italian circuit, with the Red Bull Racing Daily revealing that 3 winners before Verstappen have fallen victims to the curse of Monza. And could Max Verstappen be the next victim to that curse? For those of you who don't know, what is the Monza curse? First things firstly, the Monza curse is only a fan-fed theory, but one that has gained credibility by each passing year. The theory suggests that the driver who wins the race one year fails to even cross the finish line the following year. In 2019, Charles Leclerc won the Monza Grand Prix after an epic showdown with Mercedes' Valtteri Bottas. However, in the following year, the Monegasque driver suffered a horrific crash, making a turn at the iconic Parabolica. With Leclerc out, Pierre Gasly in AlphaTauri grabbed his maiden Formula 1 win in 2020. The next year, though, Pierre Gasly could not even go halfway through the first lap as he crashed into the barrier after the first couple of corners. The crash gave way to a third winner in 3 years in Italy, with Daniel Ricciardo securing P1 while driving for McLaren. As one would expect by now, Ricciardo too did not finish the race in 2022 after suffering an engine failure mid-race. Thus, Verstappen won the race, putting him next in line to face the Monza curse. So, could Max Verstappen face the biggest challenge of his Formula 1 season? Not only did Verstappen's win in Monza mark his 5th consecutive win of the bygone season, but it also marked his first ever Formula 1 race win in Italy. Although a finish behind the safety car put a dampener on the win, the Red Bull car was still the fastest throughout the weekend, with his team believing he deserved the win under any circumstance. Having defeated all the challengers so far, Verstappen now faces potentially his biggest challenge this season. Given he crashed in Italy 2 seasons ago, the biggest question on race day will be whether he can reverse the curse that has haunted past winners with no clear challenge from opposing teams or even the weather conditions. Only time will tell if the Monza curse will stop Verstappen, or whether Verstappen will be able to break that curse this season. Yes, it's going to be interesting whether that curse will be able to come back and bite Max Verstappen. As Ashke Diman says, their curses don't work on Max. We'll have to wait and see, though, this weekend, if that is true. Of course, Max Verstappen will be hoping that curse will not come back to bite him, because he will be wanting to take a new record of race win tallies in a row. Yeah, it has been a very exciting season, though, so far. Whether we will get that curse coming to bite Max Verstappen, maybe we'll get a different winner then for a race, because it has been quite some time since we have had a different race winner for a Formula 1 race. But as Ashke says, their curses don't really work on Max Verstappen. We'll have to wait and see if that is true, though, this next race weekend. Thank you very much, though, for joining me here on Forever Motorsports for my daily Formula 1 news roundup. It has been a very busy day here today. Please do be sure to go and check all of our links in the description for all of our social medias. I do post on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter as well. And I do also post a lot of shorts videos here on YouTube. Thank you very much, though, for watching me here on Forever Motorsports for our daily Formula 1 live news video. I have been Reese. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports, here for our daily Formula One live news roundup. Quite a lot to talk about today. Great to say that, of course, once again in another race week. Lewis Hamilton, though, is our topic of discussion. First things off here today, with some more light being shed on his contract. So, moving straight into this article then, Lewis Hamilton's expected agreed salary and sticking point in new Mercedes deal. Lewis Hamilton has reportedly agreed the salary and length of his new contract with Mercedes, but there's still one problem. The superstar, 7-time Formula One world champion, has been locked in negotiations all year to extend the deal that is set to expire at the end of 2023. Hamilton and team principal Toto Wolff have constantly insisted an agreement is a formality, yet the contract has not yet been signed. The likely agreed salary is around £50 million a year, according to The Sun. That sum would restore Hamilton to the highest paid status, above Max Verstappen on the list of Formula One driver salaries. Although contracts frequently carry bonuses for race or championship wins, the duration of Hamilton's new contract is also being agreed. According to the same report, it is expected to be about 2 years. But there is a sticking point. The one problem for Lewis Hamilton is the amount of time that he will be contractually obliged to be available for the Mercedes sponsors. Hamilton is understandably willing to play hardball, the report states. Hamilton or Wolff did not offer any updates on the contract saga at the Dutch Grand Prix. Hamilton, though, suggested it was not worked up on during the summer break. This claim that Hamilton and Mercedes are negotiating how much time he must dedicate to sponsorship activities was also touted by David Coulthard. Coulthard told the Irish News Mercedes will want a certain amount of time for Lewis for their partners. Mercedes would have sold sponsorship on obtaining access to their drivers. Some businesses will have signed up with the Silver Arrow because Lewis is there, rather than George Russell. Perhaps Lewis might be wanting to do fewer days or have fewer commitments. This is something we've been seeing in later years with Lewis Hamilton. He wants to do less commitments with sponsors, less commitments after races and before races, and this is understandable as he has been in Formula One for multiple years now. He will be wanting to commit less and less time to race weekends and will be wanting to have more personal time to himself. So we'll have to wait and see what happens in terms of this contract and what Mercedes and Lewis Hamilton are able to flesh out in terms of him getting pen on paper. Yeah, let us know though in the comment section. Please do vote in that poll, which currently asks, will Hamilton accept Mercedes terms? Currently 50% saying yes and 50% saying no, with Mark also saying in the comment section there, morning. Thank you very much for joining me for this morning session, our live stream here. We do have 5 people currently watching. Please do drop me a comment, say good morning, let me know where you are watching from, as well as do drop some comments and questions for me for this live show. We'll move on though from that Lewis Hamilton article if there are no more questions. But yeah, moving on then, Max Verstappen's major reveal with Lando Norris firmly on Red Bull's radar. Max Verstappen has revealed that he has spoken with Max Verstappen has revealed that he has spoken with McLaren's Lando Norris about one day being teammates. Verstappen and Norris are arguably the 2 hottest prospects in Formula One, with the Dutchman having turned potential into performance, while Lando Norris is considered one of the best young drivers on the grid. And with McLaren looking unlikely to win a championship anytime soon, there is a question mark as to whether Norris may choose to leave, although the driver himself has frequently denied this. Max Verstappen admits teammate discussion with Lando Norris. Norris to Red Bull rumours are nothing new and have only grown following some choice words by senior advisor Helmut Marko. When speaking about why Lewis Hamilton would not make a good partner for Verstappen, Marko let slip something about Norris. With Norris, I could well imagine that it's harder for me with Hamilton though, Marko told motorsportmagazine.com. It would certainly be ideal for the public, television and journalists, but not for team leadership and success. It would appear that Verstappen is not against the idea himself. The two are known to be good friends and live near each other in Monaco. As such, the Dutchman has admitted that they have previously discussed the idea before going on to state Norris has a long-term contract with McLaren though. We talk about it, said Verstappen in an interview with Sky Sports Italy. But he's contracted to McLaren for a long time. But we'll see what happens in the future. Marco has also made clear that they put team harmony first and do not like having two number one drivers, which could make a move for Norris potentially more difficult. We as a team prioritize the World Championship, and it's better if you have... my article's just jumped around here. Of course it has. Marco has also made clear that they put team harmony first and do not like having two number one drivers, which could make a move for Norris potentially more difficult. We as a team prioritize the World Championship, and it's better if you have a certain hierarchy, said Marco. I don't want to say a number one driver, but that is certainly who is faster. The atmosphere in the team cannot suffer. If we look at something like Ayrton Senna and Alain Prost, you'd have two superstars who only look at each other and put the team in second place. Norris is contracted to McLaren until 2025 and has frequently stated his desire to stay with the team that he has spent his whole career at. Certainly very interesting to see whether we'll have McLaren and Max Verstappen as teammates in the future. I think they'd work quite well as teammates. We can ask some of you though in the comment section. Mark's there saying, do you think Hamilton wants to take the contract, Reese? I certainly think Hamilton will want to stay with Mercedes for the long-term future because, as I said already, he is very comfortable with the team. He knows them quite well. He's comfortable with their dynamic. Just putting up a new poll now. But yeah, I think Hamilton is going to want to take another McLaren or Mercedes seat there because he has been with them for a long amount of time. He doesn't necessarily want to go to the likes of a Ferrari where he has to build up that team again from the ground up. Certainly he'll be hoping that Mercedes can get their act together in terms of their pace, but I think they can, and it's just an amount of time to wait until they do get that contract signed. Mark there saying, no, do I want Hamilton to take the contract? Well, I think I wouldn't mind Hamilton taking the contract. I think it would be very interesting to see him in a Ferrari, but I think it's most plausible to have Hamilton in that Mercedes seat, and I think it's probably the best place for him. So let me carry on with this next poll. Do you think Lando Norris could make a move to Red Bull? There we go. So, carrying on with the Red Bull topic though, Horner and Marco appear at odds over Sergio Perez's future at Red Bulls. This is an article from WTF1, and it starts off by saying it feels like we've got a little bit of a parenting crisis at Red Bull, with two very important figures in the team's well-oiled machine giving completely different answers on Sergio Perez's future. Earlier this week, it was reported in an article published by Kleine Zeitung that the Red Bull Motorsport advisor Helmut Marko had admitted that Sergio Perez was actually in danger of losing his Formula 1 seat for 2024. He said, nothing is 100% certain in Formula 1 and that performance-related situations always need to be discussed. He then doubled down on these comments in Zandvoort, telling Sky Germany that Red Bull would likely keep him on, but he needs to perform for that. Perez's future has remained uncertain for a while, with many fans believing that bringing Daniel Ricciardo into AlphaTauri was a way of gearing him up to replace Checo in 2024. But those involved with Red Bull keep denying that they were even looking at those options until now. However, Christian Horner completely contradicted Helmut Marko's comments after Sunday's Dutch Grand Prix. He told the media, including the race, that Checo's situation for next year is clear. He's a Red Bull driver. We have an agreement with him. Irrelevant of agreements. We're pleased with the job that he's doing. Saw his drive today. Was unlucky with the pit lane speedometer, but he is second in the World Championship. The only other driver than Max Verstappen to have won Grand Prix this season as well. It is easy to beat up on him when the barometer is so high on the other side, but he will be our driver in 2024. This isn't the first time Helmut Marko and Christian Horner have disagreed. Earlier this year, it was reported that Helmut Marko vouched quite hard for Nick de Vries to drive for AlphaTauri, whereas Horner didn't really want him. And look how that turned out. Checo is contracted with Red Bull until the end of 2024, but before his back-to-back podiums leading up to the summer break, he wasn't in the best form and consecutively failed to make it into Q3 in qualifying 5 times. But it is to be remembered that he is still P2 in the championship. Will Red Bull honor Sergio Perez's contract for 2024, or will he be pushed out like Nick de Vries? It's certainly a very difficult topic in terms of Sergio Perez's future because there's been a lot of talk about it. He has had a couple difficult races, difficult qualifying sessions, but I still believe he does have the consistency and the pace to stay in that Red Bull seat. It's quite tough on him to say that he isn't performing well enough because, as Christian Horner says, he is second in the Constructors' Champion or in the Drivers' Championship already, and he has been performing well enough to keep that seat, in my opinion. Of course, you could have other drivers who could be performing better than him, but at the moment, Sergio Perez really is doing a good enough job to keep that second seat. But this is Formula One. There's a lot of pressure, of course, and we'll have to wait and see what does happen in terms of Sergio Perez's future. Moving over to the next article now. Wolff hits out at Russell myth. The Mercedes team principal does not believe George Russell has any form problems amid a run of poor results. We'll move on from our current poll and we'll ask you about George Russell. Do you think that George Russell has struggled this season? Is going to be my question. Do be sure to go and vote in that poll that is going up in 2 seconds once I finish spelling everything correctly. Do you think Russell has struggled this season? Question mark. And there you go. So do be sure to go and vote in that. The next one then, carrying on with that article. The Mercedes team principal does not believe George Russell has any form problems amid a run of poor results. Mercedes team principal Toto Wolff has hit back at the claims that George Russell is losing his form, branding any criticisms a myth. Russell has found it difficult to replicate his form for the first season with the team, or from his first season with the team. This campaign when he beat Lewis Hamilton and took the only win for Mercedes of the year in the tough W13. He has spoken previously about not feeling comfortable in the car, with his third place in qualifying hampered by late retirement due to contact with Lando Norris at Zandvoort. Even though Russell appears to acknowledge, though, that he is suffering from a poor run of form, Wolff says he is trying to get this out of his head. I'm trying to really bang this into his head that he hasn't lost his form, that it is just a myth and that he's making it up, Wolff told media. You don't unlearn to drive and you don't lose your form. You can have ups and downs like all of us having as racing drivers. But every single weekend, when things have gone against him, it was pretty clear why that was, and it wasn't the driving. In that respect, it's no such thing that in Spa and Budapest, your capability of moving this car is less than good than it is 3 weeks later in Holland. He just needs to have a clean weekend like he did have before, and this one was much better. Wolff insists no intervention is needed despite Russell's results suggesting that he is experiencing a bad run of form. I've never bought into this groove thing or not, he explained. When you or I are having a bad day, nobody knows. But if a driver has a bad day, then he's probably a 10th off, and that makes all the all the difference in qualifying. All the drivers have bad days all the drivers have days that are not so good, and we've seen these ups and downs with George. But the quality of the driver he is, I've never doubted him for a minute. Certainly George Russell will be wanting to hear this from his team boss, Toto Wolff, because he has been struggling a little bit since the switch of concepts from the zero side pod concept to the side podded concept. He's really had to change his driving style and adapt his driving style to this new style of car. It's not something that does come easily for a racing driver when you do switch concepts mid-season, and this is possibly why we've been seeing him struggle a little bit more than Lewis Hamilton, whereas the new side podded concept seems to suit Hamilton's driving style a little bit better. Well, I'm sure we'll see George Russell bouncing back quite soon. He had a much better qualifying session on Saturday. This could, of course, translate into race pace as well on a Sunday. So we'll have to wait and see what George Russell is capable of during a Sunday race. But nonetheless, I do believe that George Russell still has pace in that car and that we will see him bounce back from this struggle in terms of his pace over the last 3 race weekends. Moving on though to Aston Martin and Fernando Alonso. Fernando Alonso's magic helps Aston Martin move on from awkward questions for now. Aston Martin came back crashing to reality after its flying start to the 2023 Formula 1 season, with a run of 6 podiums in the first 8 races, followed by a run of 4 races where it didn't even get close. But is a podium at the Dutch Grand Prix evidence that upgrades have got its back on track? Fernando Alonso acquired those 6 early on podiums as Aston Martin made a quantum leap up Formula 1's pecking order over the winter, but has its progress stalled in the middle of the season at the same time that its rivals brought significant upgrades packages. Upgrades for its rivals like McLaren and Mercedes didn't satisfyingly solve the mystery, though, and the team faced a series of awkward questions when its performance dipped across July's vast flurry of races. Alonso suggested that the change in Pirelli tyres brought in from the British Grand Prix contributed to Aston's disappointing form, but his team found no huge differences between the different specifications. There was also speculation over the summer break that Aston had made changes to its front wing to meet the FIA's flexibility tests, a theory that the race's Scott Mitchell-Mom asked Aston Martin Performance Director Tom McLaughlin if there was any truth to. We did change the front wing's philosophy a little bit, from the start of the year, and to during the year, McLaughlin replied at Zandvoort. But this was just part of our constant evolution and development of the car, so no big characteristic changes there from our side. A definitive answer over its performance dip is still up for debate though, but the new question is whether floor updates brought to both Spa and Zandvoort have helped Aston Martin to reverse its decline, or whether its latest podium was simply its star driver doing what he does best. Terrific was Mark Hughes' assessment of Alonso's drive on the Race F1 podcast. A lot of thought went behind it. The move on the inside of George Russell had its roots in practice, just things like as well as the genuine driving brilliance. Some of the moves he's doing on the opening lap and when he's putting the car and how twitchy it is. How he's getting away with it, but he's completely on top of it. You just realize you're watching something very rare. He's still absolutely at the top of his game, and it was a wonderful performance all round really. Albeit red flag assisted, Alonso put himself in position to have half a sniff of a victory in the closing laps of the Dutch Grand Prix. Something he was willing to go fully all in for, rather than playing it safe, as he looks to the inside of race winner Max Verstappen at turn 1, and then at turn 3, after the red flag restart showed. He said after the race, though, that he did believe that he didn't want to make a bit of a move in case he did take out the race leader, or indeed took the race win there, because he feared that he would not be able to get home amid all of the Dutch Grand Prix fans. It was a part of a textbook Alonso drive that started with a typically feisty first lap, where he passed Alex Albon around the outside of turn 2, and then dived down the inside of the banked Hogenholtz turn 3 and nicked third place from George Russell. it would have been a move he'd repeat on Zhou Guanyu later in the race, and one that it had its making in Friday practice. It was FP1 or FP2. It was wet, and in one of the outlaps, I let a few cars go on normal racing. Oh, well, I let a few cars go on the normal racing line, and I found a lot of grip on the inside casually by just letting people go, Alonso explained after the race. So I kept that in my head all the time, all of the weekend in case it was wet. I was ready to try it again. When we were on the grid and the red lights were on for the start of the race, there were lots of drops on the visor, so that's the worst feeling you can have because you are ready to start the race on a slick tyre, and on your visor you can see that it is raining. You have no idea of the grip that you will find in turn 1 braking or turn 3. So I thought everyone will be a little bit cautious in turn 3 with the grip levels, and also just outside of turn 3 there's paint in the Ramco advertising, so you have to be a little bit cautious there. So I thought about the inside line, it could work, and we overtook those 2 cars. Definitely that should be the overtake of the month. It was a classic tongue-in-cheek Alonso hyperbole, but seek out the replay of the overtake and you'd be hard-pressed to disagree with him. Fernando Alonso, even in his old age, is certainly still on form, and certainly one of the absolute form of the field drivers at the moment. Having an absolute brilliant season so far in his first season back in the Aston Martin suit. We are really, really happy to watch Fernando Alonso go race in and race out, having absolutely fantastic form. Fernando Alonso was also one of the top overtakers for the Dutch Grand Prix. I think must have been about 16 overtakes by himself, if I remember correctly there. But yeah, very, very happy to see that Aston Martin and Fernando Alonso are having a great show of pace and form at the moment. Keeping on with the Fernando Alonso and Aston Martin topic though, not necessarily Fernando Alonso, but Aston Martin have announced a Monza replacement for Lance Stroll. Aston Martin have announced the reserve driver Felipe Drugovich will take part in free practice 1 at the Italian Grand Prix in place of Lance Stroll. Stroll this season has struggled to keep up with his esteemed teammate Fernando Alonso, who has managed to achieve 7 podium finishes in the first 13 races of the season. Let's go and change a poll there. SK also in the comment section saying it would be nice to see Mick racing again. I certainly agree with you there. It would be great to have Mick Schumacher back in the Formula 1 grid. As Mark also giving his opinions there about Fernando Alonso. Let's just end the poll here. Everyone pretty much saying that George Russell has struggled this season. And let's go ask a question about Aston Martin and Fernando Alonso. I'm putting up another poll for you now. So how much longer do you see Stroll staying in Formula 1? Option 1 is he's leaving soon to go and play tennis. There we go. I did spell that right. Leaving soon to play tennis. 2 years. Or till he's bored because his dad owns the team. And there you go. So option 1 is he's leaving soon to go play tennis. 2 years is the middle option. And the third option is until he's bored because his dad owns the team. Oh, I can't put in all of that. Until he's will be the last option then. So that is up now. So we will carry on reading this article about Aston Martin and their reserve driver coming in for free practice 1 at the Italian Grand Prix. Stroll has suggested that this season Stroll has struggled this season to keep up with his esteemed teammate Fernando Alonso, who has managed to achieve 7 podium finishes in the first 13 races of the season. In comparison, Stroll hasn't managed a single podium and is currently sat in 9th position in the Drivers' World Championship, whilst the 42-year-old Alonso is 3rd, 121 points ahead of Stroll. Despite this, Aston Martin are happy with Stroll and will be hoping he can push them towards a top 2 finish in the Constructors' Championship as the season goes on. This appearance for Drugovich is simply mandatory as all teams are required to give their reserve drivers at least 2 practice sessions. The Brazilian Italian hasn't appeared in Formula 1 since he took part in testing in Bahrain at the start of the season, where he was required to step in for Stroll after the Canadian suffered a cycling injury. He was quoted as saying, "Since Bahrain, I have covered many more kilometers in an F1 car. So I understand even better now how I can offer valuable feedback," Drugovich told Autosport. Of course, Drugovich will be desperate to impress his Aston Martin team with the hope that one day they will see him as a natural replacement for either Stroll or Alonso if either one of them decides to move on from the sport. Monza was where he won his Formula 2 title last year, and he will be hoping those memories can help him perform well in the car and impress the team. "I can't wait to get behind the wheel of the AMR 23 again," he continued. "The car felt great when I drove it in pre-season testing, and it will be fascinating to see how it has improved since then. I spent a lot of time in the simulator helping to develop the car, so understanding how that relates to reality will also be very valuable. Of course, teams are stipulated by the FIA to allow their young drivers to get into a Formula 1 seat. I think it is at least 2 or 3 times throughout the season, so this will be Aston Martin fulfilling those stipulations here. Moving on though to our final 2 articles, getting on with our friends who all support Ferrari, and hopefully that this won't be bringing them too much tears, but Ferrari will be bringing back their yellow. Ferrari will be bringing back the yellow for special Le Mans inspired Monza livery. So if you haven't seen already, Ferrari have released special race overalls for the race weekend in Monza at their home Grand Prix. So they look a little bit like McDonald's workers, but yeah, they look great nonetheless. Now they also have some yellow on their car to match. So if they didn't look like McDonald's clowns enough, now they do even more with yellow on their Ferrari SF23. Ferrari have added some yellow to their car as they unveil a special livery to be run at their home race this weekend in Monza. Although Imola is closer to their Maranello base, Although Imola is closer to their Maranello base, its inconsistency of appearing on the calendar has allowed Monza to become regarded as the home race of the sport's most famous team. This year, as they have done in previous seasons, Ferrari are honouring their home Grand Prix by racing in a unique livery designed for the Italian Grand Prix. Ferrari invite Le Mans winner and unveil their Monza livery. The car has seen a splash of yellow thrown onto it with the engine cover and driver's number now in the same colour as the Ferrari badge. Unlike last year, the Ferrari logo on the rear wing remains white, but the nose and the inside of the wheel covers have been changed. Carlos Sainz and Charles Leclerc will also wear special race suits, and while they have resisted the urge to return to the full yellow, there is still a healthy dose of the yellow on the overalls and the helmet. As well as the livery, Ferrari will also be bringing along some special guests, most notably Antonio Giovinazzi and Alessandro Pierguidi, who guided the team to Le Mans victory earlier this year, the only victory that Ferrari will get probably this year. Sorry, Ferrari fans. The winner's trophy will be brought to the track by the crew of the 499P car and Antonio Fuoco, who in the number 50 car took pole position and set the fastest race lap at the Le Mans, will also be there. The walls of the walkway leading from the paddock to the pit garage will feature illustrations of the Scuderia's milestones in Formula 1, as well as in other categories where owners have had their cars raced. So pretty much they will only go up until 2007, and that's about it, because there's not much to talk about going on from then onwards. Sorry, Ferrari fans, I'm really going at you today. As Ashke Diman says, I think McDonald's workers would also make better strategies than Ferrari. Gosh, we're really hurting the Ferrari fans here today. Mark also saying, so now Ferrari really does look like McDonald's delivery drivers. gosh, the memes that are going to be coming out about Ferrari this race weekend. I'm going to have to do that meme review a bit later. So moving on to our final article, also talking a little bit about Ferrari. If the first article didn't make you cry, certainly the second one will. Leclerc has hit out at wrong Ferrari moves and bemoans at their inconsistency. Charles Leclerc has admitted that he does not understand what Ferrari are doing wrong after he endured a nightmare Spanish Grand Prix, stating that his car behaved erratically during the race. It's a bit of an old article, but this is not the one that I wanted, but he actually has been speaking about it again recently. Pretty much just saying that he is not really enjoying the way that this car is handling at the moment. He's really struggling to understand. He doesn't understand, or he can't predict when the car is going to have understeer or oversteer. There is just no predictability in the car. And when you have a race car that is doing this, it really, really does not help you. So he continues to say, I don't understand what we are doing wrong, but we are doing something wrong. I went from a first hard tyre to a second hard tyre in the last stint. I don't want to hear about their strategy. We have to understand and work, but it's been a few races now where we are struggling with conditions or having a really peaky car, and today is no better. It did feel better, but the limitations were the opposite, he added. Yesterday I could not drive. I had a rear that was super loose and strange. We will analyze all of this at the factory. The feeding was a little bit better today. The second and third stints were quite a bit better. I feel like all weekend we have been speaking with the drivers and we are struggling. It's such a tiny window, and in these conditions on this track, it seems to be more sensitive than others. So of course this is coming from the Spanish Grand Prix, but Charles Leclerc is still struggling even this race weekend, as he is speaking about the inconsistencies of the SF23. Let me see if I can find it even more recently. There we go. Charles Leclerc says, I have no... please don't tell me this is all in Italian. No, it's not. Thank goodness. Charles Leclerc says, I have no idea if I will understeer or oversteer. Charles Leclerc lacks confidence in the SF23 and its handling. A fact he outlined through a difficult weekend in Zandvoort. The Monegasque's attempts to find the car's limits, but he explains that the inconsistent feedback prevents this. Ferrari started the year with some relevantly promising speed in Bahrain, albeit not enough to challenge Red Bull. A DNF in Bahrain, grid penalty in Jeddah, pole position in Baku, and second DNF in Australia made it difficult to gauge Leclerc's raw potential at the early stages of 2023. He continues to say, we've had a very difficult balance and a very difficult car to drive all weekend. We definitely need to look into it because we're struggling a lot with the car balance, especially. It makes it very difficult for us to drive. At the moment, I'm getting into a corner and I have zero idea of whether I'm going to have a huge understeer or huge oversteer. And that makes it very, very difficult for us. A completely new package has been promised by Ferrari for 2024, with technical director Enrico Cardile hoping to correct the inherent weakness from this season. There will be a few upgrades to the SF20. Gosh, I'm really struggling. There will be a few upgrades to the SF23 in the next 9 rounds, but a significant overhaul over the winter will be required to make a drastic step forward. This is certainly not what Ferrari fans would be wanting to hear going into this Monza race weekend, because they would be wanting the Ferraris to have a little bit more pace and be wanting to challenge possibly for podium positions, but it certainly does not seem very likely at this stage. So, very disappointing to hear that Ferrari are still struggling with their upgrades and with their package, and we'll be hoping that they do get to the bottom of this before next season, because we want to see them being able to challenge for a title fight. Nonetheless, though, that is it from me here today for my live daily news roundup. Thank you very much for watching me here on Forever Motorsports. Do be sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel. We are so close now to 1,000 subscribers. And we do appreciate every single one of you for watching alongside with us. Thank you to Ashke and Mark for being in the comment section. I don't know who else was watching alongside with us. We have 6 of you all watching alongside with us concurrently. Please do be sure to drop a comment and a like in the comment section. Yeah, thank you very much for watching. I have been Reese. Welcome to Monza, home of the Italian Grand Prix. Home heroes Ferrari will be wanting to put on a great showing this weekend for their home crowd, the Tifosi, who line the stands of Monza, hoping to catch a glimpse of another historic victory for the Maranello-based outfit. Monza is an 8.7km long circuit, made up of 11 corners. The track is the fastest on the Formula 1 calendar, made up of long straights that push the drivers and their car to the limit, with top speeds reaching around 350 km an hour, before they slam on the brakes for the tight chicane that makes up turn 1 and 2. The circuit also has tricky technical sectors that rarely test the driver's limits, such as the Ascari chicane. Monza is one of the longest running Formula 1 races, having been on the calendar since 1921, with the most successful constructor being the home favourites Ferrari, who have won at their home circuit an impressive 20 times, as well as the most successful driver being Mick Schumacher with 5 wins at the Temple of Speed. Watch now as you take a lap around the circuit in the Ferrari World Endurance Championship car. Be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more Formula 1 content, and we hope you'll join us for our coverage of the Italian Grand Prix. Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports, here for our daily live news roundup. So for today, we're going to get straight into the news. I see I do have a few of you all watching alongside with me. Please do be sure to drop a like and let me know where you're watching from. So straight into this first news article today. Christian Horner takes aim at short-termist nature of rival Formula 1 team principles. Christian Horner has said this generation of Formula 1 team managers are more short-termist than their predecessors, focusing only on their little area rather than the sport as a whole. Having been in Formula 1 for 18 years, Horner has shared the paddock with a number of different team principles and the many personalities that they bring. Starting at the time with the likes of Bernie Eccleston, Max Mosley, Jean Todt, Ron Dennis, and Flavio Briatore, with big names in the sport. Horner has seen Formula 1 go through quite the evolution. Christian Horner suggests that the current crop of Formula 1 bosses are unlike the old. Horner is the sole team principal left standing from Red Bull's debut year in 2005, with the role of boss dramatically different than it was in those days. Having had a foot in both camps, Horner remarked that the modern generation of Formula 1 bosses are very short-termist and focused solely on their little area. I had the privilege of seeing up close how some legendary leaders were operating when I first came into the sport, he exclusively told PlanetF1.com. Bernie Eccleston and Max Mosley were running the business very tightly. But then there was Ron Dennis, there was Jean Todt, there was Flavio Briatore. Big personalities and big characters. I suppose the difference between now and then is that we are all quite entrepreneurial, and that the thoughts of the bigger picture, whereas now you see a bunch of managers in the room that are very short-termist with only focus on their little area. So that's been an interesting change. Since he arrived in the sport, Horner has gone on to become one of the most successful team principals in Formula One history, but insisted he did not style himself on any of the predecessors, choosing to instead use the skills he learned as an owner of the Formula 3000 team, Aston. There's nobody that I modelled myself on, the 49-year-old said. I had a lot of admiration for them, whether it was Ron or Frank or what Jean Todt did, Flavio in his flamboyant way as well. They're all very different, but one commonality that they all had was that they would do the best that they could for their team and assemble the right group of people together. So that is, of course, what Christian Horner is going on to say there. Nothing too crazy, of course. We know that he has been around for quite some time in Formula One. And yeah, glad to see, though, that he is still in Formula One, of course, and should be for quite some time to come. I see we have some regulars marked there in the comment section, Taya, as well. Thank you for joining me. Please do be sure to vote in that poll. Currently, no one's voted for anyone other than Red Bull. The question has been, who do you think will win in Monza? And 100% of the votes going to Red Bull right now. Moving on from that first article, staying with Red Bull though, Red Bull chief slams the door on his Formula 1 star joining Max Verstappen on this Formula 1 star. Helmut Marko appeared to close the door on the prospect of Alex Albon ever returning to Red Bull, as he has had his chance. The British Thai racer was still very new to Formula 1 when he was promoted to the top team from sister outfit AlphaTauri, and he was given more of a chance than the man he replaced mid-season, Pierre Gasly. But Albon still couldn't make it stick. He did enough in the second half of that 2019 campaign to earn a full season as Max Verstappen's teammate, but despite a couple of podiums, he was replaced and spent the following year on the sidelines. His Formula 1 future in doubt. Aided by Red Bull, he landed a race seat with Williams for the last season, and was very impressive, earning a new multi-year deal with the team. And he has built on that with some more very impressive performances so far this season. His form has attracted the interest of other teams, including the two who tried but failed to sign him for this season. Paddock rumours suggest he is on Ferrari's list of potential replacements if one of its drivers were to leave in the next couple of years, but it seems a return to Red Bull is not on the cards. Long-serving advisor Helmut Marko appears to have confirmed as much. The Austrian heaped praise upon Albon, but suggested his team is not interested in living in the past and would prefer to consider other options. He said, Max's teammate has a very tough and difficult life. Albon has already had his chance. He has improved remarkably since then, but at the moment there is no driver who is on Max's level. Albon recently admitted he is flattered by the links to the top teams, but reaffirmed his commitment to Williams. He said, good rumours are always nice. I think it just underscores that this year has been going well so far. I'm happy to hear those things. Of course it's just rumours, but I'm not complaining. In another recent interview he added, the focus is on Williams, and making sure we bring this team up to the front. And then, let's see what happens. I want to go forward, and the team want to progress. I'm sure the team also, in some ways, understands if there's another avenue to go down, they would not hold me back. So, certainly not what we wanted to hear for Alex Albon. We would love to see him in that Red Bull seat, but of course, Helmut Marko saying there that it is not a possibility for them, and we aren't really going to be seeing him in that seat in the current future. Still sticking with Red Bull, lots of news about them here today. This was almost my title for today, but it is a little bit too clickbaity. Formula One rumors, there are already agreements about a separation between Perez and Red Bull. Sergio Perez's days at Red Bull are numbered, and Ralf Schumacher believes Helmut Marko's not warm-hearted way of dealing with Perez is to blame for the driver's slump. Just reading the comments there quickly, Mark saying Albon must get a proper seat. Certainly we want to see him in a proper seat for the future. Hopefully he'll get either another long-term contract with Williams, because they seem to be doing quite a lot better at the moment, or maybe he could get a seat in another top team. We'll have to wait and see though. Carrying on with Sergio Perez's article. Sergio Perez's days at Red Bull are numbered, and Ralf Schumacher believes Helmut Marko's not warm-hearted way of dealing with Perez is to blame for the driver's slump. Perez's position at Red Bull has been tentative of late, with the Mexican driver falling out of the championship race early in the season when he strung together 5 miserable qualifying sessions. And with his teammate Max Verstappen going on a charge, that meant even when Perez was back inside the pole position shootout, momentum was and remains to this day firmly with the Dutchman. Scoring 96 points since Miami, the first race in Verstappen's 9-race winning streak, to the Dutchman's 220, Perez trails his teammate by 139 points in the championship, and is, as Marko and Christian Horner agree, out of the title fight. But that's all they agree on, as Horner has insisted Perez will be our driver in 2024. Well, while Marko says nothing is 100% certain in Formula One, and that there are always performance-related situations somewhere that need to be discussed. And it's the Red Bull Motorsport advisor's comment that Schumacher is leaning towards as fact. Sergio Perez once again made a mistake when he drove into the barriers at the entrance to the pits, and this action also resulted in a penalty that cost him second place in the end. The 6-time Grand Prix winner wrote in his post-race Sky Deutschland column, "I think his days at Red Bull are numbered. Dr. Helmut Marko is not exactly known for his warm-hearted way of dealing with Perez. I think that Perez as a guy can't deal with that so well. That's how I explain these serious mistakes." Perez looked very grumpy, disappointed, and also absent all weekend. I think that there were already agreements about a separation after the end of the season. This would certainly be against what Sergio Perez, Christian Horner, and Helmut Marko have been saying. They all do believe that he does have still a race seat for the end of the season and next season, but we never really know what is going to happen in Formula One. Yeah, very, very interesting to see though that there is a bit of a parenting crisis, as we spoke about yesterday, at Red Bull, with Christian Horner saying one thing, Helmut Marko saying another thing. And yeah, we don't really know what is going to happen with the likes of Sergio Perez in the future. So we'll have to really wait and watch as to what happens there. But Sergio Perez also goes on to explain why he has been a step or two behind while adapting to a driving style with a developed RB19. Red Bull driver Sergio Perez has opened up on his efforts to rediscover the eye-catching form he displayed in the early stages of the 2023 season, admitting that the developments to the RB19 sometimes didn't really suit me and left him needing to work harder. Perez started the year with 2 pole positions and 2 wins in 5 events to shadow teammate Max Verstappen in the driver's standings, only for qualifying struggles and a general lack of confidence to take hold and derail his championship challenge. In a Sky Sports Formula One interview conducted by Formula One strategist Bernie Collins, whom he previously worked with at McLaren and Force India, Perez shared some more details about his adaptation to the Red Bull over the last 2.5 seasons and how it is still a work in progress. "There are a lot of things that are so different," Perez explained. "How you look after tyres, for example, is one of the biggest things. How you drive is completely different. You are able to do things that with a Force India you cannot do, or you cannot even think of doing." Pushed on whether he's continuing to learn and improve, the 6-time Grand Prix winner added, "Yeah, the progression is there. For a driver, it's really difficult to be adapting the car instead of just the things coming naturally. The last few races, I've been like a step or 2 behind, and always thinking consciously how I have to drive the car. Sometimes with how the car has been developed, it doesn't really suit me as much, so I have to work harder on it." But I think in Hungary and Belgium, for example, those have been good. Standing on the podium, hopefully we can keep that momentum going, because at the end of the day, we've got a great race car. Perez also offered some more insights into the aforementioned challenging run, starting with a heavy Q1 crash in Monaco that saw him lose significant ground to Max Verstappen in just a handful of races. Asked about the pressure at the start of the season and how it compared to previous experiences, he said, "It was different this time, obviously, because, we started the year so high. You're thinking you are a championship contender, you won 2 races. Then all of a sudden, you feel like, this weekend doesn't feel like it did before. So you're losing confidence because you're not fully confident with the car. In Formula 1, if you're not fully confident with a car at 250 kilometers an hour into a corner, then you're doubting a little bit more. And it's really what happened in those moments. It would have been easy to sit back and say, it's too hard for me, and so on. But at the end of the day, you just have to get on with it. Like I said, I just look forward to keeping this momentum going with the team. Despite his tricky spell, Perez remains second in the Drivers' Championship after 13 races, albeit 138 points behind Verstappen, while Red Bull sit 258 points clear of Mercedes in the Constructors' Championship. Well, Sergio Perez still remains quite confident that he can bounce back from his bit of a slump, but we'll have to wait and see what he can do in Monza. Of course, he was robbed from that second place position because of his mistakes in Zandvoort, losing it into turn 1 in those tricky conditions, and then hitting into the pit lane, losing even more time, and getting that penalty, resulting in him finishing in 4th position. Yeah, well, let's see what you're all saying there in the comment section. Well, nothing too much there, but let's get a different poll going up. Do you think that Sergio Perez is going to lose his race seat? If I can type here. There we go. Mark just saying that Perez will lose his seat at the end of 2024. That I certainly don't have any doubt of. But I'm more wanting to know what's going to happen with him next year because, yeah, there's a lot of talk about what could happen for that seat. Of course, we want another competitive driver in that seat. If Perez isn't going to be able to challenge Verstappen, then I think it should go to someone who is going to be able to. Because, yeah, I think that is only really fair. So moving on though, away from Red Bull finally, sorry to all of those who don't necessarily want to hear about Red Bull all the time, but we're moving on to a little bit of a chat about McLaren. McLaren are still vulnerable despite fashioning an urgent Monza wing upgrade. The McLaren Formula 1 team is still likely to be vulnerable at the end of this weekend's Italian Grand Prix, despite fashioning an updated lower drag wing that it previously acknowledged was urgently needed in Spa. Lando Norris found it impossible to race other cars at the Belgium Grand Prix before the summer break, as McLaren's rear wing meant he was extremely exposed on the long Spa straights. McLaren had been prioritizing the development and production of major upgrades, which transformed the car's overall performance and isolated development like a low drag wing. It acknowledged during the Spa weekend, and again after that difficult race, that urgent work was required to find a better solution for Monza, which is an even more straight-line speed-sensitive track. The mandatory 2-week shutdown during the summer break meant that McLaren had limited time to put a plan into action, and that means the type of bespoke Monza special wing that some teams might produce or have already run at Spa seems extremely unlikely. Team principal Andrea Stella had already hinted at McLaren's solution would be to modify an existing wing, as he has effectively confirmed that, although there was also a redesign required to be able to do it. "We are making some adjustments," said Stella. "We needed to urgently activate some actions to find some top speed, because Monza is going to set some challenges similar to what we had at Spa." There will be some modifications which hopefully will allow us to not only be quick in terms of lap time, but also raceable in terms of top speed. Asked by the race at the Dutch Grand Prix last weekend whether he expected a bespoke Monza wing or an existing one that McLaren had physically trimmed, Norris smiled and said, "No comment." When Stella was asked by the race what action had been taken, he confirmed, "We will make modifications to existing wings." But in order to make this level of modifications, we needed to make the wings from a construction point of view to be able to actually be modified like they will need to be modified for Monza. Gosh. It will be a combination of changes on top of the wings we had in Spa. Given the long start-finish straight at Monza, that may not be enough, and Norris gave an air of trepidation regarding McLaren's prospects for a race it won 2 years ago. Asked if he is expecting it to be a tough weekend, Norris replied, "Yes. There's been so much focus on trying to get the car we have now, which is completely the correct decision to have done. So much focus and time spent on creating this. There's some things we are quite far behind at. But I'd happily take 80% good races and 20% bad races rather than the vice versa. We know it, we admit it, which is why I think it is a good thing, but we know we are in for a pretty tough race." One benefit for McLaren is that it has been able to switch development focus to other items like the rear wings and did introduce a new one at Zandvoort last weekend. While it will be no use for Monza, it is a slightly lower downforce and drag option that is a contender to be used from Singapore onwards. McLaren heads to what is likely to be one of its weakest remaining tracks of the season, off the back of a clear missed opportunity at Zandvoort last weekend. Norris continued the strong form McLaren has showed post-upgrade by qualifying second, but McLaren bungled when the switch to intermediate tyres when a sudden downforce happened on the opening lap of the Grand Prix. The team denied Norris' request to change quickly and kept him out on slicks until the end of lap 3, thinking the shower would pass and that it would be better to survive on the softs to avoid unnecessary pit stops. Norris was also very vocal on the team radio as to why they were doing this and wanted to come straight into the pits. He did eventually make that switch and became a lot happier after that when he was on the correct tyres. But yes, hopefully we will get the McLarens being a lot more competitive this race weekend because we want to see more teams fighting for those top positions. Mark saying here in the comment section, so McLaren will be even faster this weekend. Red Bull, watch out. I certainly think they could be quite competitive in the qualifying sessions. Whether they're going to be competitive in the race, we'll have to wait and see. I'm certainly hoping there will be. And let's ask you guys in the comment section, do you think that McLaren will be competitive? I almost said Spa. We are in Monza, not Spa. That is now up. So let's just see if there's any more comments from you guys. No, nothing. But we'll carry on nonetheless. Moving on to an article about Ferrari and Carlos Sainz. Carlos Sainz believes that Ferrari will be challenging for a podium at Monza. The Scuderia had a poor weekend at last week's Dutch Grand Prix. However, the Spaniard believes that Scuderia can get back on track at their home race in Monza. Carlos Sainz believes Ferrari will be challenging for a podium finish at their home race at Monza this weekend after a disappointing weekend at Zandvoort. The Maranello team returns to their home race in Monza for the 2023 Italian Grand Prix. The team has not found success at their home race since Charles Leclerc's victory at the 2019 Italian Grand Prix. The Scuderia are heading into their home race after a disappointing weekend at the last weekend's Dutch Grand Prix. Carlos Sainz managed to reach the checkered flag in 5th, whereas Leclerc had to retire his car due to floor damage. Both drivers complained about the unpredictability of the SF23, with Leclerc crashing in qualifying, as both drivers complained of having zero idea of how the car behaved when on the limit. Ferrari reserve driver Robert Schwartzman even complained about the loose rear end of his Ferrari SF23 in practice 1 session when he filled in for Carlos Sainz. Changes to the Ferrari car for 2024 are in the pipeline, with the Scuderia having regressed a lot from the start of the season due to the regulations. They were fighting for victories against Red Bull at the start of the 2022 season. However, since then, the Maranello team has not been able to develop their car efficiently compared to their rival teams. Ferrari have made it clear though that their 2024 car will be a completely new concept, with the Italian team being confident that their issues with the SF23 are fully understood. However, changes cannot be made to the car this year, so the team must persevere with their current car for the rest of the season. Carlos Sainz has spoken to Sky Sports regarding the matter, believing that the team has understood the issues with the SF23. However, he has admitted that the team have to ride it out for the rest of the 23 season. Don't get me wrong, he said, we have started to understand what it is with the handling, but there is very little margin to correct it now that the car is built and the car is pretty much done and developed. We know we need to change things though for next year, but for this year, circuits like Zandvoort and with windy conditions and high downforce tracks, we are simply going to be slow. The general feeling about the team though is that the Scuderia perform better on low downforce tracks. Last weekend's trip to Zandvoort, Sainz was Ferrari's quickest qualifier, qualifying 1.1 seconds behind pole sitter Max Verstappen. Zandvoort is a high downforce track with the amount of fast corners. Sainz has admitted he was happy to be able to fight with the faster cars throughout the Dutch Grand Prix. The Spaniard believed that the Italian team had the 6th quickest car that weekend. We were fighting with the cars that were a lot quicker than us the whole weekend, Sainz said. It was just a whole race of fighting through, getting the cores right. Our pace was nowhere near that to earn 5th place. It means we executed the race well though. We did everything well. I'm happy with the result, not happy with how much I struggled and how difficult it was out there for us. However, due to a podium finish in Spa, Sainz believes that Ferrari will be able to challenge for a podium finish at the team's home race in Monza. For Monza, I expect things to be better because in Spa we were a lot quicker than what we were in Zandvoort. And I think honestly at low downforce tracks we should be better and we should be back to our normal positions. Ferrari are fourth in the Constructors' Championship. The Scuderia are behind rivals Mercedes and Aston Martin in the championship, showing a disappointing season so far. Do you think that Ferrari will be able to fight for podium positions though in Monza this race weekend? Mark saying Ferrari, challenge. They are quite a challenge, I suppose. Yeah, lots of disappointment and not necessarily any more confidence in Ferrari. I mean, no one really ever believes that they're going to be able to challenge anymore. I mean, it's really sad because we have had a really competitive Ferrari last season. Then they all just seem to lose their momentum going on to the race weekend in I think it was France, and then from then onwards their season just really unraveled, and it's been really disappointing. We want to see them being able to fight it out again, and we want to see them on the back on podiums and race wins. So hopefully we will get them returning to their pace and their form next season, with them hopefully going to a completely different concept. I see though that our McLaren poll has said that they are going to be competitive, and Mark saying Ferrari missed the V10 and V12 engines. I think everyone misses those V10 and V12 engines, to be very honest with you. Moving over to our last 3 articles now, Alfa Romeo have revealed a striking Formula 1 livery for the Italian Grand Prix. The Alfa Romeo team have unveiled a special livery for the Italian Grand Prix to celebrate the Alfa 33 Stradale. For those of you who do not know, Alfa Romeo has also released a new road car, a very limited road car, a supercar by the looks of it. We don't know too much about it, but it is an absolute beauty based on their historic 33 Stradale road car from the 90s, if I remember correctly. The striking one-off look featuring gold accents and highlights on an Italian flag tricolore and adorns the engine. The striking one-off look features gold accents and highlights on an Italian flag tricolore that adorns the engine cover, will be used throughout the Monza weekend by Alfa Romeo duo Valtteri Bottas and Zhou Guanyu. The Sauber Run squad, which has also run a handful of sponsor-led livery tweaks this year, will end its Formula One partnership with Alfa Romeo at the conclusion of the 2023 season. The Italian Grand Prix effectively marking the Alliance's last home race. To celebrate the occasion, the team has opted to pay tribute to the launch of Alfa Romeo's latest car, the 33 Stradale, which has launched at the Alfa Romeo Museum near Milan, 56 years on from the original launch of the car. As we approached our home race in Monza, it's a pleasure to unveil this incredible livery, a true tribute not only to the 33 Stradale, but also to the Alfa Romeo as a whole, and to the country it hails from, Italy. Sauber boss Alessandro Aluni Bravo said, or Bravi. The Formula One team ends its Alfa Romeo partnership at the end of the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, as it prepares to become the factory Audi outfit when the German engine manufacturer enters the series in 2026. Alfa Romeo has expressed interest in staying in the Formula One paddock, with reports emerging recently linking it to a sponsorship deal with the Haas Formula One team. Last June, Haas Formula One boss Günther Steiner indicated that the team was open to joining up with Alfa Romeo, but no formal talks had begun. Haas already has a long-term title sponsorship arrangement in place with MoneyGram, and Steiner said that any occasion with Alfa Romeo would have to accommodate that. Alfa Romeo will hope the new look gives it a boost on the track, having failed to score any points since the Canadian Grand Prix back in June, and it's stuck in 9th place in the Formula One World Constructors' Championship, only ahead of AlphaTauri. Last time out at the Dutch Grand Prix, Williams made a strong stride in the battle of the low runners as Alex Albon took 8th place to push the British squad 4 points clear of Haas in 7th in the driver's standings. We will have to wait and see whether this new look for Alfa Romeo does allow it to get a little bit further up the grid. It certainly is an absolutely beautiful looking livery, and yeah, I hope to see it doing quite well out in Monza. As Mark says there in the comment section, the Alfa Romeo livery is beautiful. Moving on to our second to last article here, with a new Formula One and FIA clampdown as tricks are revealed. Formula One teams face a fresh clampdown on flexi-wings after this weekend's Italian Grand Prix. Motorsport.com can reveal, with the FIA moving to counter tricks it believes are illegal. Let's find it. As first reported earlier this month, the FIA has been taking a close look at flexible wings over the first half of the season, as it believes teams have been pushing the boundaries in terms of what is allowed. It is understood that several teams, including Aston Martin, were advised to make changes to their front wing designs around the time of the Azerbaijan Grand Prix in a bid to ensure that they did not fall foul of any rule breaches. But as a part of a ramped-up effort to stop any attempt at getting around the regulations, the FIA has now issued a formal technical directive outlining what it believes are unacceptable designs with regards to flexible bodywork. In Technical Directive 18, a copy of what has been seen on Motorsports.com and was sent to teams ahead of the Dutch Grand Prix weekend, the FIA states that it believes outfits are exploiting regulations of purposefully designed, localized compliance, plus relative motion between adjacent components to deliver a significant boost to aerodynamic performance. In plain English, that just means teams are exploiting a loophole in the regulations which allows for bendy wings to gain a performance advantage. So it states that any design that operates like this is in breach of Article 3.2.2 of the Formula One's technical regulations, which states that any components that influence a car's aerodynamic performance must be rigidly secure and immobile with respect to their frame of reference defined in Article 3.3. Furthermore, these components must produce a uniform, solid, hard, continuous, impervious surface under all circumstances. The FIA has been prompted into action because it believes that teams are exploiting sophisticated systems that rotate and flex front and rear wing elements in ways that cannot be detected through their regular load tests. it has made it clear that any assembly designs that exploit the localized compliance or degrees of freedom are not permitted. The FIA duly outlined 4 key design elements that it considers to be in breach of the technical rules, but suggests there may be other ideas at play that could be illegal as well. The teams are stipulated that they have to produce all of their drawings in regards to these regulations and rule breaks by the end of September. So they are wing elements that can translate vertically, longitudinally, or laterally relative to the bodywork that they are fixed to. Number 2 is wing elements that can rotate relatively to the bodywork that they are fixed to, such as rotating around one fixing, designs that utilize elastomeric fillets, compliant sections of the wing profile, or thin flexible laminate at a junction that can either distort, deflect out of plane, or twist to permit localized deflection relative to the bodywork the component is attached to, and it just goes on and on and on, and I'm sure all of you do not want to keep hearing all of these technical regulations. Mark says, Aston Martin will be fuming. FIA is just ruining creative engineering. Yes, they are, but of course they are trying to as well get racing a little bit more close between all of the teams and trying to close any loopholes that they do go and find. So that is what the FIA are trying to clamp down on at the moment. It's very interesting to see that these teams are finding all of these very, very creative loopholes in the regulations. And yeah, we'll see whether some teams take a bit of a dive in performance due to these regulation changes. Moving on to our final article for today, though. Massa's legal team warns of UK High Court action over FIA FOM delays. Felipe Massa's legal team anticipates filing a UK High Court action as early as next week if the FIA and Formula One management delay responding further to its 2008 Formula One title claims. As originally reported by Motorsport.com, Massa's lawyers wrote to the FIA president Mohammed Ben Sulayem and Formula One management CEO Stefano Domenicali earlier this month with a letter, before setting out the details of the Brazilian driver's legal pursuit to rectify him losing the 2008 Formula One World Championship. According to the document, Massa's legal team alleged that the Brazilian was the victim of a conspiracy over the Crashgate conspiracy at the 2008 Singapore Grand Prix. It urged that the FIA and Formula One management deliberately acted to avoid a scandal over what happened in Singapore, despite being told of the cheating affair early enough to have taken action. Massa's push for legal remedy was prompted by both an interview with Bernie Ecclestone claiming that the matter was brushed under the carpet and an archive chat with the former Formula One race director Charlie Whiting, who revealed he was told about Nelson Piquet Jr.'s deliberate Singapore crash at that year's Brazilian Grand Prix season finale. It was suggested that Massa's losing the championship as a result of what happened in Singapore had cost him millions in income as well as morale and reputational damages. Motorsport.com has learned that both the FIA and Formula One management have responded to Massa's original letter, but both have indicated that in the wake of Formula One summer break period, with personnel being away, it was impossible to provide a formal response to the individual claims in the short term, so needed more time. The stance has not gone down well with Massa's team, who have ramped up the urgency to get answers from the FIA and Formula One management over the matter. Motorsport.com can reveal that Massa's legal team has now replied to both the FIA and Formula One management and told them that it does not consider a potential 3-month delay for the matter to be dealt with as responsible or reasonable. The letter copies of which have been seen by Motorsport.com argue that work on a response should have been done promptly upon receipt of the letter before claim, and summer absences should not have prevented that. It further states that it does not view potential delay in dealing with Massa's request for answers as acceptable. The letters go on to state that if a formal response is not made by Friday next week, the 8th of September, then it expects the matter to go to the UK High Court to force the answers required. An open-ended timeframe for a response is not consistent with the pre-action protocol, added each letter. Please provide your response by 4 p.m. on the 8th of September 2023, failing which we anticipate being instructed to file claims in the UK High Court. Massa's legal team wants a fast response from both the FIA and FOM because it is poised to launch legal action in other jurisdictions, but feels that it is better to do so only once it has gotten the answers to its questions from the FIA and FOM. With the matter going legal, neither Formula One management nor the FIA wished to make a formal comment on the situation when approached by Motorsport.com. An FIA spokesperson said the FIA acknowledges the receipt of the correspondence from representatives of Mr. Felipe Massa, but the matter is under review and we will not be providing a comment at this stage. Things are certainly turning ugly with Felipe Massa and Formula One possibly going into legal action over the 2008 title scandal there. So we will have to wait and see what does happen with this scandal, and I'm sure that it could end up in court if the Formula One group does keep delaying their response to Felipe Massa's legal team. Nonetheless, that is it from me here today. Thank you very much for joining me. It has been quite a long one today, but there has been a lot of news to round up for you guys, and we are still looking forward to this race weekend in Monza. It is going to be a very exciting race weekend with hopefully a bunch of teams being able to compete for that title win in Monza. Nonetheless though, thank you very much for joining me. Like the video and subscribe to the channel. We have now hit 1,000 subscribers, so thank you very much for all of you who have achieved that. I have been Reese here. Ferrari have gone and unveiled special race suits for the Monza Grand Prix, their home Grand Prix at Italy, not too far away from their factory, and they have released some new race suits. They do look a little bit like McDonald's workers, but the Monza race will be the only Italian stop on the 2023 championship. To celebrate it, Ferrari has decided to prepare special race suits and dedicated merchandise, just as they did 12 months ago. On the occasion, a completely yellow colour scheme was chosen, paying tribute to the yellow Modena, which is an unanimously considered the Scuderia's secondary colour of reference. This time, however, the choice has fallen on a much more diverse mix that combines the three historic most used Ferrari colours, red, yellow and black. The uniform features stripes with the upper part coloured in red, the middle stripe in yellow and the lower portion, including the legs, entirely in black. So hopefully the Ferraris can have a bit of a better race weekend this weekend out in Monza. Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports for some breaking news. Lewis Hamilton has extended his contract with Mercedes until the end of 2025. Lewis Hamilton has signed a 2-year contract extension with Mercedes to remain in Formula One until the end of the 2025 season. After months of speculation over his future, which included being linked with a move to Ferrari, the 7-time world champion Lewis Hamilton has committed to a deal that extends his racing relationship with Mercedes. Hamilton, who is now 38, is currently 4th in the 2023 drivers' standings, 183 points behind runaway champion leader Max Verstappen. Mercedes also officially confirmed that Hamilton's teammate George Russell will remain with the team until the end of 2025. We dream every day of being the best, and we have dedicated the past decade together to achieving that goal, Hamilton said, as Mercedes announced the extension ahead of this weekend's Italian Grand Prix. Being at the top does not happen overnight or over a short period of time. It takes commitment, hard work and dedication, and it's been an honour to earn our way into the history books with this incredible team. After beginning his Formula One career with McLaren in 2007, Hamilton moved to Mercedes at the start of the 2013 season, and they have gone on to be the most successful driver-team combination in Formula One history. The Briton has won 6 of his 7 world titles with Mercedes, while the Silver Arrows claim 8 consecutive Constructors' Championships from 2014 to 2021. Hamilton has picked up 82 of his record 103 wins at Mercedes and also claimed 78 poles with the team. Hamilton's extension continues his quest to claim one of the few Formula One records he does not hold outright: World Championship wins. He is currently tied with Michael Schumacher on 7, having seen the 2021 title snatched from his grasp at the final moment before Mercedes' failure to successfully grasp Formula One's new technical regulations saw him out of championship contention in 2022 and again this year. The 2022 season was the first in Hamilton's Formula 1 career that failed to claim a race victory, the most recent coming in the penultimate race of 2021, the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. We have never been hungrier to win, Hamilton added. We have learned from every success, but also every setback. We continue to chase our dreams, we continue to fight no matter the challenge, and we will win again. I'm grateful to the team who have supported me both on and off the track. Our story isn't finished. We are determined to achieve more together, and we won't stop until we do. So, very exciting to see that Mercedes and Lewis Hamilton have agreed to continue their relationship till 2025, and we certainly hope to see Lewis Hamilton and Mercedes being able to challenge yet again for Constructors and Drivers' Championships. But whether that is possible, we will have to wait and see. But nonetheless, very exciting to have Lewis Hamilton committed to staying on the Formula 1 grid till the end of 2025. Welcome to Monza, home of the Italian Grand Prix. Home heroes Ferrari will be wanting to put on a great showing this weekend for their home crowd, the Tifosi, who line the stands of Monza, hoping to catch a glimpse of another historic victory for the Maranello-based outfit. Monza is an 8.7km long circuit, made up of 11 corners. The track is the fastest on the Formula 1 calendar, made up of long straights that push the drivers and their car to the limit, with top speeds reaching around 350 km an hour, before they slam on the brakes for the tight chicane that makes up turn 1 and 2. The circuit also has tricky technical sectors that rarely test the driver's limits, such as the Ascari chicane. Monza is one of the longest running Formula 1 races, having been on the calendar since 1921. With the most successful constructor being the home favourites Ferrari, who have won at their home circuit an impressive 20 times. As well as the most successful driver being Mick Schumacher with 5 wins at the Temple of Speed. Watch now as you take a lap around the circuit in the Ferrari World Endurance Championship car. Be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more Formula 1 content, and we hope you'll join us for our coverage of the Italian Grand Prix.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports. We are now live here for practice 3 here in Monza, and you're of course joined by myself, Mark, and Reese, who's alongside me here. And yeah, we're going to look forward to the last practice session before qualifying later today. Going to be very interesting qualifying, we feel, because McLaren finally found their pace yesterday. The first session yesterday wasn't great for them. The second session, brilliant. Ferrari's gone quickest so far. The Red Bull's right up there, of course, as well, and I'm sure the Mercedes will try to find some pace during the session. Also, Fernando Alonso not doing too badly in that Aston Martin, so it could be all up in the air in terms of what happens. But what are we going to expect in this session, Reese?
Well, I think we're going to see a few more qualifying sims, of course. I think there's going to be a few race runs as well. And then, yeah, I think people are just going to be trying to get their setup 100% perfect. Lewis Hamilton is going to be on the backhand a little bit off the back of yesterday, where he was not very comfortable at all in his Mercedes car. He certainly seemed like he needed to work on his setup quite a lot, because he did not seem comfortable, as I said, at all in that Mercedes vehicle.
No, not at all. So track distance is 5.7 kilometers. The top speed here is reached at 356 kilometers. There are 11 turns and the elevation is 12.48 meters. So quite a flat track in reality.
Quite a flat track, and one of our fastest on the Formula 1 calendar. The tyre compounds for this race weekend are the C5, the C4, and the C3 compounds.
Which we still have issues with, I think, because it should have been at least from C4, C3, C2, because
yes, I don't think we're going to see the softs being used as a race tyre. I don't think it's going to last long enough. Wow, it's really hot here today. 26 degrees Celsius is the air temperature. 39 degrees Celsius is the track temperature. So quite high track temperature at the moment. And humidity is 52%.
Yeah, I was going to say, the interesting humidity is quite high. It's 52%, which means we could potentially see rain later in qualifying.
Yesterday it was 50%, so I don't think so. I think it should be relatively all right. They're not too far away from the ocean, I don't think, here. So that is, I think, the reason why it's so high. But just watching the stands all lined in red with the Tifosi waiting for their challengers to get back out on track in the next 3 minutes time.
Yes, indeed. We're going to get very close to practice here. And if you guys are joining us for the first time, be sure to hit that subscribe button. And otherwise, everybody, please go and smash that like button right now. Ask us some questions. Let us know where you're watching from. Pure Blood in the comments already saying, let's go, FP3 crew. Indeed, we are here for FP3. So, please let us know in the comments.
Jason has asked there, did Carlos Sainz sign with Andretti? No, he has not. There has been no rumours or any news about Carlos Sainz having any sort of move to Andretti Motorsports. Andretti, of course, don't have a Formula 1 team even yet, so...
I do enjoy the fact that you at least understood that, because the entire time I kept reading it, did Sainz. I was thinking, who on earth Sainz? And that would make sense, yes. So, yeah, as Reece says, no, he has not, and Andretti is not even in Formula 1 yet. But now we're seeing, funny enough, that man, Carlos Sainz, in his Ferrari right now.
So what it was his birthday yesterday.
Yes, it was his birthday.
Very good session yesterday, of course, topping that FP2 session. Yeah, with the fastest time out there. Doing really, really well.
Yeah, and Ray letting us know he's watching from Lebanon, so welcome to you. The Lebanese are here. Watching Sergio Perez as well in this car. Not too bad a session yesterday, but I think he's looking for some room to improve. And, of course, we've got qualifying later, which has got to go back to that same testing format, which we might see a lot more often, I think, next season, because it seems to be something that might be popular. Having the hards in the first qualifying session, the mediums in the second, and the softs in the third. Now, we weren't all that opposed to it. Drivers, though, weren't very happy with it.
Because they know they struggle.
Yeah.
Which is what we want to see. We want to see the drivers having to fight to get those positions in qualifying. Watching now one of the best qualifiers in the grid, Alex Albon. He has certainly been a great driver in the past few race weekends, a big talking point for a lot of us commentators, because he's really been impressing all of us. He's impressed, I think, also his team a lot. Watching now Charles Leclerc sitting in his Ferrari, just waiting to get out on track now, as the Aston Martin of Lance Stroll does now leave his pit garage to go and wait at the end of the pit lane with 1 minute to go till the session gets underway.
And again, please guys go smash that like button as the Aston Martin gets out of the pit lane. And there, Christian Horner's rocking some sunnies today. Can you see what brand they are, Reese? It looks like Oakley's almost. I think they are. Oh, maybe not.
No.
Maybe there is some fancy brand that we don't know of. But Max Verstappen sitting in his garage. They're not looking like they're getting anywhere out anytime soon, as we do now have the start of Practice 3. So, Practice 3 is indeed underway. The green light is shown. And the Alfa Romeo of, I think that's going to probably be Valtteri Bottas or perhaps Guan Yu Zhou. Of course, you can only have two drivers. I think it's Valtteri Bottas, though, will be leading us out.
It is Bottas.
It is Bottas.
Look
at
at
that.
Stroll, Hulkenberg, Norris, Sargeant are the first drivers to be out there on track now. That car looks so great, though, in that livery. I think they should continue this livery for the rest of the season.
It's a beautiful, beautiful livery, I must say. And far, far superior to that Ferrari livery they're running this weekend. This looks far more Italian. This is far more special, I feel. Only
Yes,
pity.
it's not the McDonald's Formula One team.
No, the only thing that I pity is the fact that it's such a slow car.
Yeah, but I really do enjoy those gold rims on the car. It just gives it such a retro look. But watching Valtteri Bottas go around the circuit, unfortunately, he's not going to have the greatest weekend. We don't expect. That car does not have as much pace as they did last season.
No, and also the problem is with Valtteri Bottas and the Alfa Romeo. We saw yesterday they had lots of problems across the two sessions, so their pace is going to be quite a bit of a difficult thing to find. But we can't completely put our heads down and say they're going to be rather useless. But we've got to hope the best. So again, there's 11 turns here in Monza, so not that many, and there are so many straights, of course, long straights as well, which means that you can really find a lot of pace. You're seeing the top speeds that you can see the entire Formula One calendar will be reached here in Monza, and of course the other time you'll see it was of course in Azerbaijan with a hell of a long
really
straight.
bouncing along the straight here as he now comes through the Parabolica, the penultimate corner on the circuit. As he approaches that stop finish straight, the McDonald's Formula One team is getting ready to release their cars of Carlos Sainz and Charles Leclerc. We'll wait and see what they're able to do now, but Stroll setting a fastest middle sector, Hülkenberg setting the fastest first sector though.
Yeah, so we're going to bring you these times as and when they come in. So a whole lot of people now starting to join us. So welcome. Please let us know in the comments where you're watching from. And otherwise ask us some questions and participate in our poll as well. Who's going to go quickest in FP3? And who's going to go quickest in qualifying later as well? Let us know in the comments. We're looking at Oscar Piastri, who's not even in the car, just not got his race suit fully on there. Looking very relaxed in the McLaren garage. Now, he performed quite well yesterday, of course. Only just beating... rather just getting behind Max Verstappen there in terms of qualifying time simulations. So could we expect some good things from him later today?
Well, I think he was actually ahead of Max Verstappen, if I remember correctly. But yeah, I think the McLarens have the pace to do quite well today. They've been showing they've improved a lot with their new upgrades. Watching Logan Sargeant going around the circuit at the moment. But yes, I think the McLaren certainly could challenge it. They've got a lot of high-end pace. A lot of top speed as well, but no one comes close to the Williams right now in terms of top speed. They've got the fastest top speed of anyone. Of course, some of the top teams still have to turn up their engines, so we could see that top speed increasing on their cars, but...
And we saw, of course, Max Verstappen's Red Bull was fitted with that wing for the second session, not for the first session, but for the second session had that new Red Bull wing for this weekend. Everybody rocking new wings, basically, of course, with this high-speed circuit, low downforce, so... very, very quick setup cars, very low downforce on them. Yeah, so we'll see how they fare. Carlos Sainz, of course, the quickest man of yesterday, makes his way out in his Ferrari, out onto track now. Just 56 minutes remaining in the session, so we'll see how he fares today. I'm sure we're going to be seeing some very good pace from the Ferraris. And I'm really hoping
now leaves the pits. Gasly goes softest overall for now, though. Sorry, fastest. I saw that he's on a set of soft tyres. He goes fastest overall now with a 1:23, but so does Sergio Perez, who tops the leaderboard for now with a 1:22.5. Sorry, 1:22.6.
Yes, sorry, I took that away from you
Yes.
as you was reading it. So there we go. Perez has gone quickest, already quite a quick time, at 1:22.6. It's only a second behind the quickest time we saw yesterday. So seeing some immediately quick times being set and some different tyres being tested out there. Stroll on the hard time. This is the first time Stroll gets to actually go around the track, of course. First session yesterday, Drugovich was in his place. And the second session, he had a big car failure, basically, though everything's turned off. The system's just turned off within 5 minutes of the second session. And then he was not able to get back out on the track. So this is the first time he's actually having a go around.
He did get out on track yesterday.
But he didn't put any times in.
No,
he went
but
around
he was able
once.
to get out on track at least. But just waiting now for Charles Leclerc to get finished. He comes through the first Egner now. Is that the first Egner? Yes, it is the first Egner as he moves through the second Egner, approaching that DRS zone. Carlos Sainz also on a slow lap right now on a set of softs. We could see some qualifying pace being put down from the Ferraris immediately here today.
Just looking at the car here and that rear wing just ever so slightly shaking there. It's not a problem at all. They're just looking at a replay of Carlos Sainz. And yeah, I mean, his car looks even more like a very blatant advertisement for that new livery because, of course, he runs with the yellow strip on above his head there, whereas Charles Leclerc obviously runs with the white. Yeah, the yellow really...
Charles Leclerc is running a yellow helmet, Mark.
It's still true, but it's not quite as blatant as the big yellow Lumo sticker right above Carlos Sainz's head. But now Carlos Sainz is coming here and starting his first fast lap on a set of softs.
Yes, I said this already.
Yes, I'm just saying he's starting on a set of softs here, and he was quickest man yesterday. Let's see if he can be the quickest man again today.
I think certainly the Tifosi are going to be hoping and praying that the Ferraris can deliver here at their home Grand Prix. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section. We have over 100 of you watching alongside with us now. Thank you very much for tuning into our live stream. Just watching Carlos Sainz coming through the first sector. Personal best there, but not a purple sector for himself. So Perez still with the upper hand at this moment. But what can Carlos Sainz do through the middle and final sector as Lando Norris now takes that top spot away from Sergio Perez?
Yes, a 122.515 for Lando Norris, ever so slightly quicker than Perez, 122.66. Also letting you know that Elite Alpha is watching from Nigeria. Well, welcome. Love some Nigerians in the comments. And let's keep it going, guys. Keep it coming in with the comments. Let us know some questions and your thoughts about the Formula 1 weekend and in general the season as well. And we can chat about some other things as well. Logan Sargeant's going to have to look for a very good weekend. Very disappointing weekend out last time. He thought it was his fault. It was in fact a car failure. But he really does need to perform though this weekend.
Carlos Sainz now coming through the parabolica, looking neat and tidy through there. He hasn't had the pace, though, as Perez has had through the middle sector or the first sector, but he puts himself up into third for now. Not too bad with the 122.662.147. It's an identical time to Sergio Perez.
Well, it's the exact same time as that Red Bull. So, very interesting. They're looking at the Ferrari garage, which is chock-a-block full, my word.
Of course it is going to be at their home Grand Prix.
Don't know who that is.
No, it must be Italian.
We're looking at some musician who I've never heard of in my life. So, as Reece says, must be Italian or perhaps Spanish.
Mayank Boya saying, hello from India. Welcome to our stream. Thank you very much for joining in. Please do drop a like and comment where you guys are watching from and ask us any questions that you have about Formula 1 or the Monza Grand Prix.
Yes, indeed. And we're seeing that Lando Norris's car has currently also got some of that high-vis paint in the back there for testing. As Max Verstappen, our, of course, season leader, is currently going round. Max Verstappen's gone quicker than Norris in the first sector, 0.071.
Not a purple sector, though, but he is purple in the middle sector now. So what can he do through that final sector? We often see him. He's quite cautious in the first sector and then really just goes at it through the middle sector. Look how cut out his wing is, though, Mark. You'll see in the middle, it's a lot more cut out than Sergio Perez's wing. So possibly Max Verstappen just opting for even more top speed than Sergio Perez necessarily wants at this point. Coming through Ascari, looking very neat and tidy through there. That car just is so poised in every sector of this track. Now as he approaches the Parabolica, what will he be able to do through here? Will he be able to take that top spot away from Lando Norris? Looking very, very neat through Parabolica, well within the lines there. Very neat and tidy, not making the same mistake as his teammate made, Sergio Perez, at the end of FP1 yesterday, or FP2, as Max Verstappen now takes that faster spot by almost a full second.
Now, 0.67 seconds quicker than Lando Norris. So we'll see some more lap times get put in. Of course, the track is obviously going to get some more rubber on. We had the F3 sprint earlier today, and that certainly helped with getting some rubber out into track. But of course, now with the rest of the Formula 1 cars making their way out, we'll see some quicker times get put in, and hopefully we'll see the Ferraris, the McLarens, and otherwise get a little bit closer to Max Verstappen's time. As Mayank actually asked the question, says, who do you think will take pole? I think Ferrari are in the mix. Reece, well, who do you think will take pole today?
Well, I think Ferrari are certainly going to be in the mix, but I think Max Verstappen, all those McLarens might upset some people. A good question here from Ray Doa. Just asking, I have a question. What does the green times mean? So just to explain our timing boards for you for a little bit, let's have a look at Sergio Perez's time that he's just put in. His first sector is yellow, which means it's not a personal best. The middle sector and the final sector are green, which means those sectors are his personal best sectors that he has done on his lap time so far out on track. If it is purple, that means it is the fastest sector that anyone on track has put out. And then you can also see there's little mini sectors within a big sector. So if they're putting in some mini sectors purple, that could mean that they're going to put in a very good sector time.
Indeed, it's exactly as Reece said. So that's a very good explanation. So I'm hoping you guys all understand exactly how that all works. And also, you can see there's a timing right at the top right there. And you can also see, of course, it's rather obvious where they all stand in the leaderboard. Piastri and Albon yet to make their way out and to put some times on the boards. Also looking at the comments again, McLaren are showing pace in Zardlish. Indeed, they are. So very good to see from them. And hopefully they'll be in the mix for qualifying later. And yeah, we'll see what happens for the rest of the session here. Now, just following the Mercedes of Lewis Hamilton, quite crucial that he gets some good laps in here because yesterday he was unable to get any quali sims done.
Yes, it's very crucial, as you said, that he does need to get some qualifying sims done now, as he does open that rear wing and does start his first qualifying sim for us. Now we can finally see the true pace of Lewis Hamilton here in Monza, a track that he has performed at so well in the past. And I say that though, but he locks up into turn 1. That's going to be his first quali attempt, abandoned, unfortunately.
Yeah. So the first time he's going to start his qualifying, he missed the first corner and has to go around again on a warm down lap before he gets going again. So disappointing start for Lewis Hamilton's qualifying sims, but at least let it be now, not later. Just watching a replay of exactly what happens here. And yeah, just does lock up on his front right there, and he just abandons it rather than letting the tyre go in. So yeah. Unfortunate for him, he's going to have to go around slowly again. Some more usuals in the comments coming here. Tia's joining us, saying what's up. Hello. Again, everybody, please do like the video and subscribe to the channel. Just looking here in the Mercedes pit wall. Now, they're going to be a little bit concerned, of course, based on yesterday's performances from Lewis Hamilton and Russell. Russell's qualifying attempt was nowhere near top 5. No. And Hamilton, of course, was unable to do it. And they were saying that they were going to try and back themselves to do something for the rest of the season. So, are they concerned already for today?
Well, I'm certainly concerned. They said off the back of Zandvoort that they had the pace to challenge for podiums there if they hadn't made the strategic blunders. As Leclerc is going within touching pace of Verstappen's times here in the first sector, he's down on his first sector personal best, but very close to Max Verstappen's time. But yeah, I think Mercedes needs to pull up their socks a little bit. Maybe this track, they just haven't gotten to the bottom of their porpoising yet. They haven't gotten to the bottom of these side pod regulation cars because they've, of course, only got data from their zero side pod car at high speed tracks. So maybe they're still on the back foot a little bit with those upgrades.
That's exactly that. And also just watching Leclerc's lap go around here. Sector 2, I think, is going to be a big problem for track limits, of course, later. We were speaking about it yesterday. I'm just looking at it again today. Everybody takes that exiting corner there. I think it's turn 8. I think we've decided it is. Turn 8. They take it very, very wide, and they definitely go outside of track limits. Almost everybody's done it in the practice sessions. So I think you're going to see that be a big problem for qualifying later. And that could, of course, throw a spanner in the works in terms of where drivers end up during those qualifying times. Just a reminder though, qualifying, first session, hards, second session, mediums, final session on the soft tyre. So yeah, they will be running that alternative qualifying format again this weekend. As we're now following Hamilton do his first proper qualifying attempt, and you see that same corner again, just going ever so slightly out of the track limits.
Yes, we do see drivers just going to limits there. I wonder if we are going to see the FIA clamping down on track limits there as he now makes his way through turn 8 and 9 there. Scary chicane, now turn 10 as he exits that. Looking very comfortable through there though, a lot more comfortable than what he looked yesterday, having to make massive corrections mid-corner the whole time. Much more comfortable now as he approaches Parabolica. Let's see how he does here. Hits the apex perfectly.
Quite a few over corrections.
I was going to say little corrections, but then he had to take a couple stabs at the steering wheel. Now he crosses the line and puts himself in third though. So good pace so far from Hamilton.
It's still 0.4 down on Verstappen, but I think there's still some pace to be found there. He had a few corrections there and didn't quite get around in the final sector as he might have liked. So I think there's still some pace to be found for Hamilton. So maybe some very good encouraging signs there for Mercedes. Going back to the comments here, we've got Rod Shepherd back here. Says, welcome back. Indeed, welcome to you as well. Mercedes Talk 1 saying this track no longer suits the Merc. Twisty circuits do.
Ooh, that's so dangerous. Sorry, just watching there, Yuki Tsunoda having to dive onto the grass to get out the way of Sainz while he was on the warm-down lap. Yuki Tsunoda on a push lap.
At this point, I do have to wonder if people have got it out for Yuki Tsunoda, or maybe he's just taking different lines to everybody else, because he's been the only one that's really been affected by people getting in the way of all of his lap attempts, because he was complaining about both Mercedes drivers yesterday, and now Sainz getting in the way of him. So either everyone's got it out for Yuki, or maybe he's just taking some very big lines.
On the flying lap at the moment. Purple first sector, personal best middle sector. What can he do now in this final sector? Let's see what he does now as he approaches the Parabolica, coming into that braking zone at 300 kilometers an hour, hitting that apex perfectly. Nose looks quite neat and tidy there, right on that line, not crossing it though, as he approaches the start-finish line and he puts himself up into fourth.
Yes, and during that lap, Verstappen improved upon his quickest time there, 121.687. Only very, very slight improvement, but he has improved it nonetheless.
Lando Norris now approaching the start-finish line to start a hot lap on a set of hards now. Yes, as you say, Mark. People just trying their different strategies. There's a bunch of different people on different
Ooh,
tires.
my word.
Really hit that first apex quite aggressively, hit the curb there and was bounced up into the air. But looked quite fast still, so that's all right.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, we're still seeing qualifying attempts, even if they are on the hard or medium tyres, because they're going to have to qualify on them later. So this is definitely a quality attempt here from Norris. And his time is only 0.2 behind Verstappen on the hard tyre. Just shows how quick that hard tyre is.
I've been saying these hard tires are really, really good at the circuit this weekend. They are really performing quite well because I think they're able to withstand the amount of torture that they experience throughout a lap. McLaren also proudly having their original logo on their car this race weekend as a tribute to their, I think it's their anniversary this race weekend of the McLaren team. So they're wearing their original logo on their race car.
Very nice.
Even though on his hard tyres, he is still within touching distance of Verstappen's time. Now approaching Parabolica with 1 minute and 13 on the clock. What will his time be on the set of hards?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting here as he comes across the line in a 121, 122, 123.
That's still very good. 1.1 seconds on the set of hards.
I was about to say, that's very quick from Lando Norris. So shows the McLaren's got a lot of pace. It's going to be a very interesting qualifying session later. Just watching a replay of Lando Norris go over that first corner, we did note it. It took a little bit early and hits that apex a bit too much. It takes quite a bit of air on his front right and his back rear right tyre as well. So
he does very well though to keep correcting the car and keep it on the track. So let's watch what his teammate can do now as Oscar Piastri starts a hot lap. I'm really wanting to know what this rookie can do the rest of the season. He's had a great start to the season.
Just get a podium.
Yes,
please, just
really
get a podium. So Mayank's asking, why is Piastri so late into the session? I think it's just normal tactics there. I think they were just seeing some data from everybody else first. They've sent him out now, so he is out onto track, so no issues there whatsoever.
Calvin 23 saying it's Bruce McLaren's birthday,
yes,
which is why they are running that original logo on their car this race weekend.
Yes, and Calvin saying here, rooting for Alonso Albono podium. I don't know, Albon podium or Alonso podium, maybe both. Maybe it's both. Maybe it's an Albono being Alonso and Albon. So, I would love to see them both right up there. But we'll see. Pure Blood also saying, if Lawson beats Yuki again, will it be bad for Yuki? Well,
yes.
Probably.
Yes. I think Yuki is really under a lot of pressure. He's got Daniel Ricciardo to deal with. He's also now got Liam Lawson. But there is some really unfortunate news that I have been reading this morning about Daniel Ricciardo. It looks like he might not even get back into the car by Japan.
My word. So at this point, is it worth bringing him back if Lawson's going to get into better form?
I think it's worth bringing Daniel Ricciardo back. I don't think...
Of course we do, but I think the team will have to see.
Piastri is getting a tow here from Lando Norris as he approaches the start-finish line. Where does he put himself?
Oh, my word.
11th.
Very
That's
slow.
Bad from Piastri.
1.5 seconds slower than where he needs to be in those soft tyres. So really not a great lap. Not a great lap at all. Maybe something happened on the lap we didn't quite see, but not a great lap there from Oscar Piastri whatsoever, even though we're talking about him now. Now in the Red Bull garage here, having a look at all the engineers discussing some turns, some heated discussions here. Well, not heated, but certainly some passionate discussions here between... That's a Marshall, isn't it?
No, it is a Marshall. It is. It's one of the FIA people there. I don't know what they're fighting about.
I don't know if they're necessarily fighting. It doesn't necessarily look like it's fighting. It's certainly passionate, though. So there's some discussions happening there between a Marshall and in the Red Bull garage. So we'll see if that happens.
Pure Blood, Daniel and Lawson for 2024 lineup at AlphaTauri. I think that would be a bigger shout than what they have currently with Yuki Tsunoda. There's also talks of Yuki Tsunoda moving away when Honda moves away. So I think a Lawson-Ricciardo pairing would be great.
It's very interesting here. We are having a look at what's happening in this garage here with the Red Bull and the Marshall here, because it's definitely going to be a talking point. What's happening there?
I'm going to look on Twitter.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that could be a very nice lineup. Do we know where Yuki and Honda might be moving to, though?
Aston Martin.
It is Aston Martin, isn't it? Mm. Well, Aston Martin, the problem is or maybe he'll take the place of Alonso when he eventually retires. I don't know. I wouldn't really like it, if I'm honest. I'd prefer another driver to take that seat. But anyway, a lot of people finding themselves into the pits right now. Fernando Alonso is out there on a set of hards. He is only 1 second down of Verstappen, by the way. That is the fastest hard tyre run we've had around the circuit. So absolutely brilliant from Fernando Alonso there in his Aston Martin as we're talking about them. Only 1 second behind on those set of softs for Max Verstappen. So maybe Fernando Alonso could find a hell of a lot of pace in qualifying later today as well.
Yes, I'm certainly hoping Fernando Alonso can find some good pace here today because, I mean, it's Fernando Alonso. We want to see him up on the podium. We want to see him fighting here in Monza. I think if someone's going to do something in Monza, it's going to be Fernando.
Yeah, so you're not really going to back Lance Stroll. He's sitting all the way down in 15th on his hard tyre run, 2.2 seconds behind, so 1.2 seconds slower than his teammate on those hards. And we're just seeing a practice start here for the Ferrari of, I think that is Charles Leclerc.
Yes, it is Charles Leclerc. Yellow helmet is Charles. Black helmet this weekend is Carlos Sainz. A little bit of work going on Carlos Sainz's car. It looks like they're looking at the brake well, or possibly the suspension. So don't know necessarily what is going on his car at the moment, but there's a little bit of work going on Carlos Sainz's front end.
Just looking at Charles Leclerc's last 5 races, 2nd, 9th, 7th did not finish. And yeah, it's been a very up and down season for Charles Leclerc, more on the downside.
Yes, this season has certainly been a bit more of a downside for Charles Leclerc. He's been having a lot of bad luck this year. Very, very disappointing for him, but hopefully he'll be able to bounce back and, yeah, get back to his winning ways with Ferrari.
So now Stroll has come out on an outlap. Piastri has come out for an outlap again, and it's going to try and do another fast lap on a set of softs. So let's see how he fares. The low speed corners, we're seeing who's got the fastest times in each one. We've got Sainz. Is the fastest around them. Perez is 2nd. 3rd is Norris. Only 4th is Verstappen. So Verstappen clearly slow through the corners versus the rest of them, but much quicker on the straights.
Sorry, I've found some information about this Red Bull thing, so I'm just trying to translate it because it's in a different language.
Ah, always helpful. Perez now starts another hot lap here on a set of softs. Let's see how he fares compared to his teammate.
So it is Red Bull engineer Joe Bauer and FIA technical delegate is talking to Paul Monaghan. Oh no, sorry, Joe Bauer, the FIA technical delegate, is talking to Paul Monaghan, the Red Bull chief engineer. So that is the two people that are speaking at the moment. We don't necessarily know what they're speaking about.
Speaking to a chief engineer would certainly talk to the car itself, wouldn't it? So maybe they're talking about the wings or something, some changes on the Red Bull car. Maybe something's not quite right.
I don't know. Hopefully everything is correct. Yellow flag in Sector 3 has been cleared. That could be Gasly who's going quite slowly through the parabolica. It might just be people backing up as well to start a lap.
True. Yeah, so we're all good there in terms of the race. We'll carry on here with practice. 37 minutes left. And again, guys, if you are new to the channel, please be sure to hit that subscribe button. It really helps us. And even more so, hit that like button right now. We're currently sitting on... Ooh, how many likes are we sitting on? I actually don't even know. Let's go check over here. We're sitting on 30 likes. 30 likes.
Okay,
you need to update it. It's all good. 30 likes. Please, can we get that up to 50 as quickly as possible, guys? Go and smash that like button right now. And yeah, helps us a lot. And of course... you guys can also go and check the description for how you can watch Formula 1 live and for free. Watching Hulkenberg coming into the pits, they really had to avoid the pit crews there. Just on the radio saying he's really, really irritated with the Aston guy dreaming again. Yeah, he's pretty much just right in the way there. My word, look at that.
That is very dangerous. But, I mean, it's more tight during the race weekend or during a race on Sunday, so I guess you just have to deal with it. Lewis Hamilton getting impeded here.
Oh my word, that's shocking.
Word. That's a Williams. Is that...
Who's out there? Sargeant is out. Sargeant is out. Albon is not. So
no, Sargeant. It had to be Sargeant. That is terrible from Logan Sargeant, who really impeded Lewis Hamilton there as he was coming down towards the parabolic. A really, really high-speed section of the track. Zalish saying Honda should not leave Red Bull. I agree, and I think Red Bull agree with that as well. They were really upset when they found out that Honda decided all of a sudden they were going to be staying in the sport. They have invested hundreds of millions of dollars into developing and building their own engine manufacturing plant because Honda were leaving the sport. And now all of a sudden Honda have gone, yeah, we're doing well, we'll stay. And Red Bull's going, well, what the...
What now?
Yeah, what now? We've built hundreds of millions worth of dollars in manufacturing facilities. We've also now gone and partnered with Ford for the future.
Yeah, it's
and now you're leaving the sport. It is very, very awkward, but they are supposedly moving to Aston Martin, who could really benefit from
I'll
that.
say, imagine seeing Aston Martin as quick as the Red Bulls are. I mean, the Aston Martin cars are really starting to get a turn. But I'll tell you who's really motoring in terms. You know what? It might have been underhanded. Might have been Red Bull getting a bit of a snide attack there from Mr. Stroll in Aston Martin. Maybe there were some deals had with Honda beforehand, saying, you know what? Why don't you go and announce that you're leaving the sport, and then we'll actually come and sign you up because, of course, you know, Stroll and his work with Aston Martin is unbelievable in terms of getting them to motor forwards in terms of, you know, progressing for the future. He really saved that company, and now he's going to try and save the Aston Martin Formula One team.
Well, I think you may be reading into it a little bit too much. I doubt that it's that hectic. But from what I understand, the reason that Honda wants to leave the sport in the first place was because they were trying to move towards more sustainable solutions for the future. But now they've decided that they don't mind staying in the sport of Formula One. A bit of work going on at the moment on Fernando Alonso's floor. Very interesting to see here that the mechanics are busy fixing something there. Hopefully this does not hamper Alonso too long. Hopefully we'll see him back out on track very soon.
Just gives a little nod to the camera there. I always enjoy it. Definitely my favourite driver on the grid. Watching a replay of Charles Leclerc here.
Coming through a Ascari, coming through turn 9, 10. Does he have a bit of a moment here through turn 10? No, he doesn't. Weaving down the straight, really bouncing a lot though. It still looks super uncomfortable in that Ferrari car right now. Coming through Parabolica, does he maybe make a mistake through there? No, just showing how uncomfortable that ride height is.
Oh my word.
It is so uncomfortable.
That's why he took the turn. I was about to say, I was wondering why he suddenly made a vast left turn in the middle of the straight instead of making a gradual turn to the left. He immediately came to the left of the track. I think it's because it's a smoother part of the track, and yeah, they're really going to have to sort that out for Ferrari because you can't have the driver going around there.
And that's why they're losing so much pace. Sorry, carry on.
Yes, Liam Lawson is the youngest driver on the grid, born in February 2002. It's the same age as my sister. It's quite scary, and of course that makes him 21 years old. And Lawson,
my brother.
Lawson is going around, and he's currently sitting in 18th in AlphaTauri. Sonoda right ahead of him. Now, they're doing their hard lap times at the exact same time, their hard qualifying simulations. Lawson is 0.8 behind Verstappen. Let's see where Sonoda is. His teammate is 0.5. So, Sonoda is going around a little bit quicker than Liam Lawson, who, of course, is still quite new to Formula One itself. But not had the worst start for any rookie.
Track's evolving quite quickly as well when we're seeing these hards putting in some great lap times. In the hands of those AlphaTauris, I think we should see some other drivers getting out onto track quite soon. Everyone's still running on their set of softs, just doing some race runs after doing their quali sims. And now, yep, just waiting for people to end those race sims, and then we should get a few more runs on different tyres. Magnussen now finishing up a lap. He exits Ascari, not bouncing as much or at all compared to the Ferraris, looking a lot more stable in his Haas vehicle. Now coming through the Parabolica, does he make any major corrections? No, he's looking very comfortable in that car, looking very stable behind the steering wheel. He now comes across the finish line and he goes up to third.
Word.
Brilliant from Kevin Magnussen on his set of softs.
Yeah, so the track definitely evolving, but going around very quickly there, Kevin Magnussen on a set of softs. 0.5 behind Max Verstappen's time. We've still got more than half an hour left of the session, of course, so lots of qualifying simulations can still happen before qualifying later. But good to see the Haas is really competing right near the top there.
Ash K. Diman saying, preparing myself for another crying session, and then in brackets, I'm a Ferrari fan. Makes sense. So far, though, this session, it does not look like Ferrari have the pace that they had yesterday. Maybe the Red Bulls have just found their setup a lot more correctly than they were yesterday. In free practice too, they seem to be struggling a little bit. Logan Sargeant was definitely over the track limits there as he comes to start a hot lap now.
Yeah, Sargeant doing a hot lap now on mediums. So let's see how he fares in terms of the medium tyre run. They haven't really seen much of that so far, so we're going to see some medium tyres now. Just going to the comments here, I got Peter in the comments saying they can impede Lewis. He is doing all the time to others thinking he is some kind of racing god. So clearly not a Lewis Hamilton fan there.
No, clearly not.
But, you know, I look at this in terms of the incident rather than the person. And Lewis Hamilton definitely getting quite badly impeded on his lap there, whereas it wasn't really impeding Yuki Tsunoda all that much.
He did.
Yeah, but like slowly. Like on a main straight, you can overtake quite easily.
He was in the braking zone.
No.
Yes, he was.
Talking about today.
Yes.
Lewis Hamilton hasn't impeded Yuki Tsunoda today.
I thought he did.
No, different driver. That was
it a
Sainz.
different driver? Oh, sorry, that was Sainz. I'm thinking of different.
Sargeant now is 0.5 seconds behind Max Verstappen's time in the second sector there in 15th. So.
Ooh. Sonoda, was this Sonoda that we're on board with now? He's
This is
really
Sargeant.
fighting. Sorry, Sargeant is really fighting at his steering wheel in that Williams car. He does not look as comfortable as his teammates has been in qualifying sessions. Coming into the Parabolica now, also having to make multiple corrections. Really fighting with the steering wheel, very close to the gravel as well. Where does he put his car? Up into 11th.
1.1 seconds behind Max Verstappen's time in the set of mediums. So it shows the hard tyre is actually supposedly quicker because Alonso managed to get only 1 second behind.
He's up on his teammates as well, which is quite impressive. But now we have Liam Lawson coming to finish up his lap time right now. He crosses the finish line. Where does he put himself? He goes, well, he stays in 16th. Still ahead of Stroll. That's embarrassing. Alonso, though, on a set of hards, he's all the way up into P8, while Stroll is down now in P19.
I do enjoy some of the comments you're talking about Ferrari, saying I think Ferrari fans should just organise communal crying sessions. Yeah, probably at this point, just go to the Ferrari fan club. You guys can all be disappointed and upset with life there. Look, watching Logan Sargeant here on his lap, just a replay of him, touching the gravel ever so slightly there around one of the turns.
Getting very lucky that it wasn't any deeper than he was in that gravel there, just dipping his left tyres in the gravel now. Lando Norris on a hot lap on a set of hards, coming through Ascari through turn 10, exits through there, looking very stable, getting out the way of some traffic. I think that's Lance Stroll. He's on a long run at the moment by looks of things because he's setting some yellow sectors for himself. Nothing incredible, but still looking very comfortable for the race on Sunday.
So Lando Norris's simulation on hard tyres for the qualifying is only 0.97. So it's the quickest, I think, hard tyre run that we've had. Because that's quicker than Alonso's, which was 1 second behind Max Verstappen. So we're looking at about 1 second difference between the soft tyre and the hard tyre. So it's going to bode very well for qualifying later. And I think, it's good that we're seeing the data from McLaren and Aston Martin. We haven't seen it from the Red Bulls as of yet, that I know of at least. I think they're just doing some race simulations at the moment, so don't have to watch them too much. Now looking at Oscar Piastri sitting in his garage, waiting to get out there. Let's see what he can do this weekend. He currently sits in 7th, of course. Still some time to be found.
Yes, just watching now, Logan Sargeant saying my left mirror, or was that Albon saying my left mirror was
Sargeant.
loose? Sargeant saying his left mirror was loose. That's why he dove back into the pits there. Looks like it's fine now. They've sent him back out onto track.
Oh my word, really sliding around there is Logan Sargeant, struggling with his car.
Just watching through the Parabolica curve with Curva Alvareto, just watching how these cars behave coming into that really, really tricky braking section into the Parabolica. Approaching that corner, you're often coming at it at about 300 kilometers an hour, braking into there, and you carry on at about 200 as you enter and exit that corner.
Indeed, and we've just ended our poll there for who will go quickest in FP3, and Red Bull got majority of the votes, 51%, Ferrari 28%, McLaren with 10%, and other with 9%. Well, thank you very much for voting that. We're going to put up a new poll here because I've just seen F123's question, and I quite enjoy that. And we're going to ask the community here, and saying, who would you have preferred as a driver?
Setting the fastest first sector on a set of mediums right now, Mark. Sorry, I'm
No,
going to
go for
interrupt you. Let's talk through this lap of Alex Albon's right now, who is flying and setting this timing board alight right now. Albon really, really doing very well. Still up in the middle sector, 0.032 up on Max Verstappen's time. Will he be able to challenge through this final sector, though? This is where Max Verstappen normally makes up a lot of time on his competitors. What can Alex Albon do, though, as he approaches that Parabolica up into the braking zone now, switches to the right for that Parabolica. Really, really long turn, over 200 kilometers an hour, though, as you exit that corner, approaching the start-finish line. Where does he put himself? Up into second. Brilliant lap time from Alex Albon. 0.4 down on Verstappen's fastest lap time on a set of softs. Albon on a set of mediums.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So, let's see what happens. We've got 25 minutes left of the session. We're going to see some more medium tyre runs as well. And I'm sure we're going to see some times maybe being beaten. Of course, Sainz's time yesterday was a 121.4. So we still haven't beaten that time as of yet. So I think the Ferrari still can find that pace, which they're struggling to find right now, or haven't found so far this session. But great lap time there from Alex Albon, who's having such a brilliant season.
Yes, Albon is really performing so well right now. We've just been so impressed with what he's been doing this season, and really happy that he has found some great pace in that Williams car. Really taking that Williams a lot further than where they should necessarily be. Just looking at a replay of Logan Sargeant, he broke his mirror when he came over the curbs there.
Oh, very interesting just to see how that happened. But yeah, luckily it's fixed now.
Hopefully he doesn't get too much bad luck from that.
No, not in fact, exactly that. Just letting you guys know that we have put a new poll up, and it's quite an interesting question from F123, saying Senna or Schumacher. So I put it into a poll. Let us know your thoughts. Who was the better driver, Senna or Schumacher?
I don't have that poll on my side, but I see that you have it
Yes,
on yours.
it's definitely up
because
there.
I'm in my editor's.
Yes, that will probably be one.
That's fine.
It's all good. So yeah, we've got 24 minutes left of this session. Pure Blood just letting us know here, Albon deserves a move to a top team. Yeah, we have said so for many race weekends now. Problem is, which team?
Who's that for? Albon.
Alex Albon, yeah.
I know Ferrari are interested. I don't necessarily know if he should make a move to Ferrari. It could be quite great to see him in a Ferrari seat. I think Aston Martin would be also happy to snatch him up. Red Bull have said that they're not going to be putting him back in that Red Bull car, so they've lost out, I think. And I mean, I think anyone would be really happy to have him in that car. Williams really needs to try and hold on to him.
Yeah, it's exactly. Williams would be desperate to hold on to a driver like that. Problem is, they can't provide the car for Albon that he needs. So it's going to be a bit of a tough ask.
What do you mean they can't provide the car that he needs? He's in second.
Yes, but race pace is never great for Williams. He just manages.
Race pace is brilliant.
He
for
managed
Williams.
to make it work. I think the problem is look at how well he's doing in that Williams car. Whereas, I mean, put him inside any other car that's in the top 3-4 teams. He's probably getting podiums week in, week out.
Just reading an interesting stat here, Yuki Tsunoda is the first driver to have 3 different teammates in the same season since Raikkonen at Ferrari in 2009. Of course, Yuki Tsunoda has had Liam Lawson as his teammate. He's had Nick de Vries as well as Daniel Ricciardo.
Yeah, Alonso on the radio just saying the cars behind are slow. And he says, yeah, everyone is slow. They will have a bad surprise in qualifying. Very interesting.
Is that Fernando Alonso maybe saying that they have a lot more pace today?
I think so. And that's Fernando Alonso just saying, you know what, guys, it's exactly that. We've got some time to find you, and everybody else is not really doing so. Nico Hülkenberg also locking up badly into turn 1 there and has to go the bumpy route out.
He did what Hamilton has to do a little bit earlier, but carrying a lot more pace than Hamilton was. So he just takes a little bit of a bumpy ride over the curbs. Watching a moment here from Lando Norris into Degner 1, catching a lot of traffic there. That was a Alfa Romeo, and Lando really just had to completely back off on his lap. Just saying, why are people so stupid? Why can they not look in their mirrors? I mean, I agree. It's ridiculous from these drivers to make stupid mistakes like this where you can really have a big incident between 2 cars.
And on top of that, the engineers surely are telling the drivers that there's some faster cars coming up right behind them.
You would hope
Piastri's up on Verstappen's time in sector 1 on a set of mediums. We could see a new fastest lap of the day here from... Oh, my word, never mind. He's gone off into the gravel, my word. I think pushing it a little bit too much, Oscar Piastri.
That's not great from him. Hopefully he hasn't caused any...
Get out of the way of
your
your teammate. Get out of the way of your
Get out
teammate.
the way of Lando Norris. Now he does get out the way of Lando Norris, who's on a hot lap, as is Alex Albon. What can Alex Albon do on another hot lap? Will he be able to get even faster than he did last time out? And he has a slipstream from Lando Norris this time around.
Yeah, unfortunately, Piastri just pushing it a bit too hard there. And found himself right in the gravel and then almost completely impeding Lando Norris' lap. I think he managed to get out of the way in time. But just watching a replay here, Reese.
Yes, Oscar Piastri makes his way through turn 4 and 5 here. And yeah, just has a snap of oversteer, gets sent into the gravel trap. That's why it's there, luckily, and not the wall. Let's just have a look at this floor, though. I think it should be fine. Yeah, the floor looks fine. He was very lucky.
Just a little bit of a bouncy 4x4 route there for Oscar Piastri. Going back to the comments here, Pureblood saying Albon or Alonso at Aston Martin would be awesome. That would be awesome.
I do agree.
Actually, that's a great concept. Let's have Lance Stroll decide to give up in Formula 1. He currently sits in 20th. It's exactly the giving up position.
Piastri dives into the pits now, possibly just to get some new tyres and to get his floor checked. That's disappointing that we didn't get to see a good lap time being put in from him. But hopefully they'll get him back out onto track quite shortly.
Yeah, I would love to absolutely see Albon and Alonso as teammates at Aston Martin. I think that could be like one of the most powerful driver pairings on the grid. And if Aston Martin keep improving, especially going into next season and the next season after that, and Alonso's still racing, I definitely think he can still keep going. He's definitely not out of it at all in terms of his career. So that could be a really, really cool pairing. I do enjoy that suggestion there.
Well, it was my suggestion that
Yes.
Albon should go across to Aston Martin. I really would love to see him in an Aston Martin seat because they are becoming quite competitive, and it's still, I think fundamentally he would enjoy working at that team. It's got a great atmosphere. I think he'd get along really well with Fernando Alonso, and they'd both learn a lot from each other. Yeah, let's see what they're able to do. The Tifosi going absolutely mad in the crowds as per usual.
Yes, and the good thing about Fernando Alonso is he's got a lot of fans here in Monza and in
Well,
Italy
he
in
was
general,
a- he
because
was
he
a
was, of
Ferrari
course, a
driver.
Ferrari driver, is what I was going to say. Because, of course, he was a Ferrari driver. And they still have much love for the man. He was a brilliant driver in that Ferrari seat. Everybody really thoroughly enjoyed him.
Black and white flag for car 24 Zhou for impeding. Interesting to see there. I wonder where that happened on track.
Yes, indeed. 18 minutes left of this session, and everybody's getting quite a few comments coming in here. Great to see. So keep it coming, guys. And we've got more than 260 of you watching. Thank you so much for tuning in for Forever Motorsports. Joining Reese and myself, of course. And please do hit that like button right now. And if you guys are new, please consider subscribing. We do bring a lot of content and some really, really good content. So be sure to go and check that out as well. And Reese does a live show every day of the week, Monday through to Friday. And then, of course, we do all the race weekends, previews, fan forums, and otherwise breaking news. So lots of happening on this channel. Be sure to support us for that. And maybe consider becoming a member now as well. We've got a new membership program up. Join the Discord channel. And if you guys are looking for a way to watch Formula 1 for free and legally, go and check the description of the video. We've got a whole little instructions on how you can do that.
Yes, just waiting for these drivers to come out for their last runs now. The majority of them are all in the pits, except for the two McLarens and Nico Hulkenberg. That's about it. Yeah, that's it. Two McLarens and Nico Hulkenberg.
Yeah, so
Very busy track.
Lando Norris just doing, I think, a few race simulations here.
Yes.
DRS is not opening. So
As now
Oh,
Oscar
it is not
Piastri
open.
finally starts a hot lap again. He came into the pits, they checked his floor, they all got down onto the floor, looked underneath, and they deemed it fine. So he is back out on track, coming through turn 1 and 2. Now let's see what he's able to do on a push lap. He's also getting a good slipstream from his teammate Lando Norris.
yes, and the good news about him was that the fact I was saying he was really disappointed to have hit that gravel because he went quicker than Max Verstappen in sector 1. So let's see if he can go quicker again as he approaches that sector 1 time, and only just down on Verstappen this time around. So unfortunately he's lost ever so slightly a little bit more time. But this could still be a very, very quick lap here. A few overcorrections into that corner where he went into the gravel. And he seems to have found his way out relatively safely and carrying on his lap.
Yes, let's watch him as he goes through Degner 1 now, looking neat and tidy through there, well within track limits. Let's see if he stays within track limits through Degner 2. He does. DRS now wide open as he comes down that back straight. Half a second down on Verstappen's time. This puts him around Sergio Perez right now. Will he be able to make up some more time? I saw a few twitches through the Scari chicane. Still watching how this mirror of Logan Sargeant's broke. Oscar Piastri now approaching the Parabolica. What can he do through here? Will he be able to make up time? Very neat and tidy through there. Well within the track limit, still there. Only his outside wheels dipping over that line. He approaches the start-finish line at 310 kilometers an hour, and he puts himself only up into 9th place.
So he has
122.5.
He only improved upon his time, hasn't gone anywhere in the grid. So of course that is it's a medium tires this. So it's a medium tire run, and he's 0.8 down. So that's still a very, very quick time for the mediums that we've seen.
Albon's up into 2nd.
Yeah, so just shows the fact that there's still quite a lot of pace to find out there. And maybe that's what the Alonso and Aston Martin engineers were joking about on the radio earlier, saying there's a lot of pace still to be found. People are a little bit slow.
Interesting. Piastri, Lawson, and Red Bull, or Lando and Lawson. I don't know if you're talking about at Red Bull F1 23, but I highly doubt that is going to happen anytime soon before 2028, when pretty much Max Verstappen is contracted to until Mick Schumacher giving us a nice little smile there in the Mercedes pit box. will be great to hopefully have him back in a Formula 1 seat very, very soon. Missing him on the Formula 1 grid.
I wonder how intently he watches Logan Sargeant. Does he watch him and like think bad thoughts? Does he think, oh, please just crash? Oh, just have a mess up there. Oh, please just... I mean, do you think he has those sort of things, or do you think he's not really caring too much and just hoping that a seat will eventually open whenever it should come up? Russell, though, up on Verstappen's time in Sector 1.
On everyone in Sector 1.
Look at the Williams go. We're talking about Logan
Sargeant.
We're talking about Sargeant, and now look at Sargeant go. My word. And there's another new purple sector here. I think it's by Hamilton that's set it. So the Mercedes and the Williams, those Mercedes-engined cars, suddenly finding a lot of pace on this track with these last 15 minutes.
Yes, they seem to all be turning up their limiters right now to the max, as George Russell taking a bit of a bumpy ride through Ascari. His car does not look very comfortable inside of it, as he just tries to fix something down on his helmet, moving down that final straight towards the Parabolica. Hamilton, though, is half a second up in the middle sector.
Yeah, we're about to see a very, very quick time from Hamilton, provided he doesn't mess up this final sector, as George Russell's now going to cross the line, which could put him right in the top 4 here. And there he goes, into second place, just 0.043 down on Max Verstappen's time. Sargeant only 0.9 seconds behind Verstappen.
Hamilton has the toe, that makes sense. Hamilton's getting the toe off the back of Oscar Piastri, which will be helping a little bit. Sargeant is quite far up the road, but you still get that advantage as Hamilton goes fastest in the first 2 sectors and personal best in the final sector, 0.2 faster than Max Verstappen's time. He is on a set of softs, so where does Sargeant put himself, though? He's only down in 11th mark.
Yeah, unfortunately, in the hard tire, you do lose a bit of time in those trickier corners, but did very well to get a purple sector in Sector 1. So quite a quick time from Logan Sargeant on hard tires. Don't forget, hard tires versus soft tires. You are going to see quite a bit of a difference. But the fastest sector, Sector 1, Sector 2 to Hamilton, Sector 3 to Verstappen still. So Verstappen is currently in the pits at the...
he's on the track. He's making his way through
around.
Sector 2 right now. Valtteri Bottas currently out on track. His gap to the leader is 1.9 seconds, almost 2 seconds. He's down in 19th place. Not a great session for him right now. A couple of people saying in the comment section there, Pure Blood saying yes, Mick is definitely hoping Logan wins the season. Also then noting Hamilton was having a purple sector. F123 saying, where did Hamilton get that from? Then Ashke saying, I will take Mick over Logan any day of the week. And Pure Blood just confirming that Mercedes have been sandbagging for quite some time here.
Yeah, so Mercedes still have the sandbagging thing that they do. I never know why they do that with their fans, but anyway, Mercedes finally brought out their pace for the weekend. Of course, Hamilton did have to sort out a lot of issues yesterday, so maybe that's what they're just sorting out today as well. But puts himself right at the top. They're going to have a very interesting qualifying later, as Bottas is currently finishing up his lap here. Well, finishing up, he's halfway through this lap on a set of hard tyres.
Just watching what Verstappen's doing. He's coming through the Parabolica now to start himself on another hot lap. What will he be able to do? I think he's on another set of softs. So we'll have to wait and see what he's going to be able to do now. 340 of you watching alongside with us. So thank you very much for joining us for the session. Do be sure to like the channel and subscribe if you want to catch more Formula 1 content from myself and Mark, of course. From myself, majority through the rest of the week. Mark joins us for race weekends. But I do bring you Formula 1 news every single day of the week and breaking news videos as well. Do be sure as well to check our Instagram page, our Twitter, as well as our TikTok, where we post all of our short form content. Twitter, though, is more my Twitter channel, where I just give you all my opinions on Formula 1 and let you know all of the latest news. Just watching, though, Alex Albon on another hot lap at the moment, up in the first sector. Down in his middle sector, though, approaching the start-finish line. Will he be able to improve? Cross the finish line? No, he doesn't, but he is on a set of hards.
Yes, indeed.
122.04, though. Very, very good from himself. Watching Alonso now coming across the Parabolica. What will he be able to do on another set of softs? He crosses the finish line. He goes up into 4th place. Brilliant lap time.
His teammate Lance Stroll comes across in 7th position, so finally seeing a half-decent time from the Aston Martin driver. Magnussen again up there in 5th position. Verstappen, though, now currently on a fast lap as well. Guys, we have ended that poll earlier between Schumacher and Senna.
Verstappen up in the middle sector. Sorry.
Yes, all good.
Interrupt you. Max Verstappen coming through Ascari now, looking so neat and tidy. Little correction on the exit of Ascari through turn 10. But approaching Parabolica now, this is where he makes up so much lap time. Will he be able to do it yet again? Watching him now through turn 11, super neat and tidy, well within track limits there as well. Now he approaches the start-finish line. What will his lap time be? He crosses the line and takes first place by 0.455 seconds with a 120.998. The first 120 of this weekend.
Yes, indeed. A fantastic time there for Max Verstappen. Just letting you know, we did end that poll between who's the greater driver between Schumacher and Senna. Schumacher winning that with 60% of the votes, Senna only 40%. Quite a few of the voting there.
Quite a close one there,
Quite a close one there. I'm quite interested with the arguments that people made for them as well in the comments.
Big work happening on Sergio Perez's car.
Yeah, indeed. Lots of work happening on Sergio Perez's car, so a little bit concerning for Red Bull maybe, although should be fine.
Floor damage.
Indeed. And we've got a new poll up, which is quite interesting as well. Where should Alex Albon go? We've got Aston Martin, Ferrari, stay at Williams, or should he go somewhere else? Aston Martin currently leading that vote. So go and be sure to participate in that poll as well. We've got just 9 minutes and 35 seconds left of the session. George Russell doing another lap on softs coming up here.
World Famous Foods there in our comment section, one of our new regulars saying, watching from New York. Thank you very much for joining in. F123 also asking, do we think Piastri could be a World Drivers' Championship champion in the future? I certainly think he could be.
He's got the talent.
He's shown that he has a lot of talent. If he's in that right seat and is comfortable in that car and has a good teammate to maybe just help him along with it, I think he certainly could be.
Yeah, it's exactly that. I think it's he's got the talent to do so. Can McLaren help him there, or will he have to move off to a different team that's gonna get him there? But I don't think it's moving in the next couple of years anyway.
Mercedes now starting another set of flying laps. Will they be able to challenge Max Verstappen's new fastest lap time?
I don't know. Russell was going around very quickly earlier, so let's see if he can beat Verstappen's first sector time first, and then we'll make a judgment as to whether they can get ahead of that Red Bull, who's got into the 120s. Verstappen now approaching that first sector marker. Verstappen's time 27.06. I mean, Russell, sorry, and he's already 0.2 down on Verstappen's time, so it's not going to beat Verstappen's time. It's pretty much guaranteed.
I think they may be out on a set of older softs now, but nonetheless, we'll check and see what the rest of their lap times will be as George Russell now makes his way through the first Egner. Hamilton has been told that Verstappen has completed his lap and is 4.5 tenths to him, and Hamilton says, I don't know how to find half a second. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of lap time.
And Russell's given up his time. Yeah, I think he was trying to go and beat Verstappen's time, see if they could do it. But yeah, it just definitely didn't go quick enough here. Watching a replay of Oscar Piastri, speak of the devil.
Coming into turn one here. What does he do?
Probably locks up, I imagine. Yeah, just locks up.
Yeah, slightly locks up. Has to run off the road there. But luckily, he didn't lock up too badly. He shouldn't have caused too much damage to that tyre. He kept it rolling as our stream just starts to lag a little bit. Yeah.
No, we all good. We all good. I thought we had problems there, but
our
we all
Formula
good.
One stream, not our actual live stream.
Valtteri Bottas, oh my word,
takes a trip into the gravel and Ascari in turn 8. Yeah, that.
Look at those tires.
Luckily, they're a set of hards. They'll be fine.
Yes, indeed. It looks a little bit, when they do the slow-mo replay, it looks a little bit like a springbok in the Sahara sometimes. Those Formula One cars just bounce up and down. Boing, 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 boing. Oh, Sainz sets purple first sector. Here we go.
He looks like he's on a brand new set, though, of softs. Who has taken
Leclerc, his teammate. So the Ferrari's now coming up with pace in the last 7 minutes. The Tifosi will be chuffed, and they'll be watching this with keen eyes. Of course, the home crowd here, all in support. And there you go. New purple sector again in sector 2 for Sainz. He's up 0.2 seconds up on Verstappen's time. Leclerc could also beat that second sector time. Let's see how he fares compared to Max Verstappen's time. And Sainz as well. Is he got the new purple sector in sector 2? He does not. What's happened to Leclerc? He's 3 seconds down. What's happened there?
Leclerc's definitely lost a lot of time somewhere. He's still really pushing out on track.
Well, here comes Sainz crossing the line, and he's going to cross first. 120.912.
Not that much faster. Verstappen is on an outlap now, though. What can Verstappen do in retaliation to these Ferraris? Leclerc's backing off, though, before the parabolica. Will he start another hot lap? Let's see now, as I think he does start to push as he exits the parabolica now. No, he doesn't. It looks like he might be coming into the pits here, Mark.
Yeah, I don't know what. I think he might have gone into a little bit of gravel, perhaps, and maybe he just tried to carry on.
Yeah, look at the front left.
Here we go. Here's the replay.
Watch his front left. Yeah, he might come in. Yes, he does. Into Degner 1. Degner 1, he catches the gravel. Degner 2, sorry, I apologize. Degner 2, he gets a little bit too wide into that sector and just dips the tires and goes quite wide onto the curbs. Hopefully he doesn't have any floor damage. They'll be needing to check that.
Here comes Fernando Alonso on a set of softs. Let's see how he can fare. He's just gone personal best in sector 1, but slightly slower in sector 2 to Sainz's time, but still right there and thereabouts. So where could he finish up this session pretty much?
Verstappen is about to start another hot lap. He has Piastri right behind him. He'll be wanting to get a good tow from him. Verstappen, though, will be wanting to retaliate to that lap time from Carlos Sainz.
Yeah, a little bit slow from Alonso there, 0.8 seconds down on Sainz's time, but moves himself into 4th position there for Aston Martin. So we've got 4 different constructors in the first 4 positions there, and Magnussen in that Haas is still up in 6th.
Magnussen doing really well. He likes qualifying sessions and he always does quite well. So we'll have to wait and see what he's able to do. Just carrying on watching Max Verstappen's first sector time, not improving in the mini sectors by the looks of things. No yellow first sector for Max.
Yeah, so not going as quickly as he probably would have wanted to is Max Verstappen, and for some reason we're following a slow Alfa Romeo. Maybe something's happened there, don't quite know. But watching Max Verstappen's time, yeah,
no,
it's not that quick. I think he's given up his lap. Or maybe he's still going. Looks a little bit quick.
Yeah, no, he is quite far down from his mini sectors that I'm looking at on our timing board. So Max Verstappen, though, he is able to make up 0.1 seconds in that final sector, but loses time through sector 1 and 2.
Yeah, so it's quite interesting because they're very similar, sector 1 and sector 2. Sector 3. So sector 1, sector 3. So for Max Verstappen to have lost time in sector 1 and made up time in sector 3 is quite a weird one, really.
Yes, he carries on though on this hot lap. I think just maybe warming up his tyres a little bit more. Maybe we'll have to wait and see. He's half a second down on Sainz now. Yeah, he's definitely not pushing. He does back off now as he comes through the exit of Ascari. Turn 10, he's going to be cooling his tyres down a little bit, and then he will get back underway. We just see from this aerial shot how wide these cars are. They are massive.
Yeah, they are huge cars, and we looked at the brand new F2 cars the other day that were released, and we were really hoping that Formula 1 follows suit. They're small cars still, which is what we love to see. And we've got just 3 minutes and 40 seconds left of the session, so the last few laps will be put in here. So don't go anywhere, as we have crossed 400 viewers. Thank you so much, guys.
Verstappen comes to the pits.
Oh, yeah.
For today.
Yeah, I think he's done. Maybe he tries to get back out there as quickly as possible just to do one last final lap attempt. We'll see. But again, please be sure to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you guys are new. We love having you guys all alongside us. Lots of comments happening here, and would love to have your questions as well towards the end of the session here.
Yeah, that is Max Verstappen's day done. He is very close, though, to the back of Sainz, 0.086. So I think it's going to be a very close qualifying session later this afternoon. They are just wheeling his car back into the pits now, as I think this is Charles Leclerc going on another quali attempt for himself now. What is he doing through the first sector? Nothing good through the first sector. Better second sector, though. Let's see what he can do through the final sector.
So Charles Leclerc has never been out-qualified by a teammate at this track in the last 5 appearances. So that says something about him and Sainz. Could Sainz perhaps beat that record?
I mean, qualifying form for the last 5 races, 6th, 4th, 6th, 4th, and 9th. Not bad in terms of consistency, but he'll be wanting to do a lot better than that here today in Monza. Yuki Tsunoda, no, that was fine.
Nah.
Yuki Tsunoda was off the racing line.
Yeah, I suppose.
Charles Leclerc wanted a slipstream. He comes now through the parabolica, approaching the start-finish line. Where does he put himself? Up into 4th.
Yeah, so he beats Alonso's time, but still quite a bit slow compared to his teammate, 0.5 seconds down on it.
Lawson moves up to 12th ahead of Tsunoda. Brilliant lap time from Liam Lawson to outperform his teammate Yuki Tsunoda, the more experienced driver in that AlphaTauri.
We have got the 2-minute signal, 2 minutes to go here for practice 3. So we're going to see the last laps get put in right now. We've got Sainz, we've got Stroll, Alonso, Bottas, Zhou, Magnussen, Tsunoda, Leclerc, and a few others out on track right now. So Alonso and Stroll, I think, starting the last qualifying attempts for their laps now. So let's see how quickly Stroll and Alonso get through, and more importantly, of course, Alonso. Let's see if he can get right up there in terms of times.
Yes, we'll just wait and see what he is able to do in terms of his lap times, as we do have a bunch of drivers all on out laps right now. They may be able to actually get one more qualifying lap in.
See, Verstappen's out again. I did say he might well just try to get back in, get some tyres on, get some stuff out of the car and go again. And yeah, just 1 minute left. And I'm really, really keen to see what Alonso and Stroll can do. Quite interestingly, Stroll is giving Alonso a tow. So, yeah, we could see Alonso's time be very, very good. Just looking at Alonso's sectors, he's got a couple of personal bests in the first sector, but a few down in the first sector. His second sector is also a little bit down as well. So maybe they've given up on their lap attempt and they're just going to go around one more time. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe they have just abandoned their lap times to cool down the tyres, gain some more.
No, because I've seen green again, so they are still going around.
Lando Norris doing very, very well to get out the way of a non-pushing Yuki Tsunoda, but nonetheless, getting out the way there. Fernando Alonso is still on the push lap here, up on his first sector time. Let's see what he can do through the second sector as he comes down that back straight with his DRS wide open, half a second down on Sainz's fastest time right now. This is still quite good though from Fernando Alonso. He could put himself in and about Hamilton and Charles Leclerc.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very good qualifying later because we've got lots of drivers vying it out for that first position. Sainz, again, the quickest driver today before qualifying. So qualifying, free practice 3 has now ended. So let's see where Alonso finishes up as he finishes up his lap now with that checkered flag. And he crosses 0.9 seconds down. So quite slow there for Alonso. Oh, well. We'll see some quicker times, I'm sure, later.
Yes, it looks like who is out on another hot lap? No one at the moment. I think pretty much everyone.
Oh, Leclerc maybe. I think Leclerc.
He set a purple mini sector in the final sector. Just watching another replay from Oscar Piastri. He gets caught by...
Oh, my word. Carlos Sainz. That's what the black and white flag was for impeding. My word, Sainz.
That's terrible from Carlos Sainz there. That is absolutely horrific. They actually touched there a little bit, I think, on the rear. But, yeah, that will be definitely looked into. Black and white flags for Carlos Sainz for impeding, though, being given by race control.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward one for Sainz, to be fair, because he did get out of the way of the other driver, just didn't slow down enough. That's what he needed to have done. Because, of course, going into that corner, it's quite difficult to get out of the way. But that is the end of our session. Charles Leclerc has not gone quicker there, so that is the end of our session. So let's go and end our poll there. So quite an interesting little conversation we had. Where should Albon go in terms of his future? And looking at the stats from that poll, if it should ever come up, I think Aston Martin was winning in terms of where he should go, but just waiting for it won't come up. There you go. Okay, so we got 34% for Aston Martin, 34% for Williams to stay there, and 21% Ferrari, and 10% saying others. So quite interesting. People are quite split about whether he should stay or go across to Aston Martin. So very interesting little poll that we had there. So thank you very much for participating in that, guys. And yeah, that is the end of our session. So we're going to go straight to our studio just to go and review that session. So welcome to Forever Motorsports. Here you're joined by myself and Reese. Of course, we've just finished pre-practice 3. Now, what did we make of that session there, Reese?
Yes, well, free practice 3 was a very interesting session for us today with Lewis Hamilton just watching his car at the moment. He put himself up into 3rd place. Verstappen, though, only able to get himself up into 2nd. Carlos Sainz, yet again, form of the field, up in 1st in the Ferrari. Very interesting that the Ferraris have the pace this weekend to be able to challenge for that 1st position in terms of qualifying pace. Whether they'll have the race pace on Sunday, we'll have to wait and see though. Great to see a multitude of different constructors making up our top 10 right now, Mark.
It's exactly that. We've got Sainz in 1st, Verstappen 2nd, Hamilton in 3rd, Leclerc 4th, Alonso 5th, Russell 6th, Magnussen and Hulkenberg in the Haas's 7th and 8th, Albon in 9th, and Sergio Perez, who had a bit of issues with his car during that entire session, only down in 10th position. So that rounds off our top 10. Our bottom 10 though, Reese.
Yes, taking you through the bottom 10, they are made up of Lance Stroll in 11th, Lawson 12th ahead of his teammate Yuki Tsunoda. Great day from him so far. Oscar Piastri then in 14th. He still needs to find a little bit more pace there. Logan Sargeant 15th, Bottas 16th, Norris in 17th. I thought he was a little bit higher up. I don't think they got in any qualifying laps on a set of softs though. Then following on, Ocon 18th, Zhou 19th, and Gasly all the way down in 20th. Very interesting to see that Gasly doesn't have any pace out there. Interesting that the Alpines don't have any pace at all here today.
Especially coming off of a podium last weekend in Zandvoort. Not looking very good in this practice session, but I still think qualifying, of course, is all up in the air. We have no idea what strategies were being run in the 3 practice sessions we've had in the last couple of days. So we've got qualifying coming up later, and yeah, I think we're gonna have to try and make some predictions, aren't we, Reece? So I think I'm gonna make the first prediction because I always make it you. So I'm gonna do the first prediction, so I can don't have to put you under that pressure. I'm gonna say Carlos Sainz has been leading practice 2 and practice 3, and has been quickest in each day so far, and I'm gonna still stick with it. I reckon Carlos Sainz goes around in 1st position, takes pole away from Max Verstappen. Max Verstappen will finish in 2nd, and I reckon Alonso in 3rd.
Well, that's a bit of a shout there for that session to have Carlos Sainz all the way at the top. I'm going to say I'm going to put my money still on Max Verstappen. Max Verstappen P1, Carlos Sainz P2, Lando Norris P3.
Oof, my word. We're putting the
Different.
McLarens up there. Very different.
Let's do something different.
Very different. Indeed,
I think they have pace.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll certainly see if they've got pace, of course. So that was the end of practice 3 there. Not too much to speak about. Leclerc grabbing a bit of gravel. Quite a few drivers grabbing quite a bit of gravel.
Taking a trip into the gravel in turn 6.
Yes.
Anyone else that I can remember? Oh, Valtteri
Bottas
also
took
in
quite a...
Ferrari. He took a trip into the gravel there. Luckily, no one causing too much damage. Sergio Perez, we don't necessarily know why. His car was up on the jacks, but there's some work going on his car. Still no news of anyone taking new gearboxes for the race or for qualifying later this afternoon, but we will be sure to bring you all of the latest news and action in the world of Formula 1 before we do get on, though, to qualifying later this afternoon.
Yes, indeed. So be sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Yeah, we've got lots of content coming for you. So thank you so much for watching this review of Monza Practice 3. We'll start our